Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finale of the Dread Block for the time being. I'm ever and always your host, the Lore Runner. Normally I give you a nice big behind-the-scenes thing here. I'm not going to do that today. First of all, because there's actually not a huge amount of behind-the-scenes info for this first game. But second, because, well, there's not much to talk about in general. Nihon Falcom has been around since the 80s, but frankly, they never really made a splash, even in Japan, until this series, the Legend of Heroes series, or the Kizakai, or whatever it's actually called over their series. We call it Trails. All of the games are trails of something or here. And let me tell you, there's a story to be told about the translation when it comes over here. We'll get to that later. Yeah, exactly. Ys. Honestly, I know a lot of RPG fans who've never even heard of Ys. And that's because Ys never made a splash. It's almost like that's literally what I just said. So, Trails in the Sky was a weird example of a game because it reminds me a lot of Earthbound. Earthbound, yeah, Trails of Cold Steel by itself, Dark Day, would be about as long as the entire WoW run was. That's not a joke. It's just how long those games are. Anyways, so Trails of the Sky was very similar to Earthbound in that pretty much everybody who picked it up, here in the States, let me be specific, here in the West, picked it up and were like, oh, this is cool, this is great, this is awesome. And then that group of people was very small. So it didn't sell very well. Now, there's several reasons for that. First of all, the era which it came out, this was 2004. Second of all was the fact that it was on the PSP. Now, for those of you not aware, basically nothing on the PSP sold particularly well. There are brief, rare examples, but most games on the PSP only managed 6 digits at best. And that is, to be very clear, entirely the fault of Sony. And always has been. PSP was a good console, for those of you not aware. I actually played the overliving crap on the PSP. Because there's some really, really awesome games on it, some very replayable games. But Sony didn't market. It's actually better than present. Sony didn't market the PSP, and in fact, for a long time, a lot of people actually kind of forgot that the PSP was a gaming console because, like, for example, you'd walk into a electronics boutique or whatever, and you would see the PSP section, and it was movies. And people would look at that and be like, "Why would I buy?" Because they use different discs too, so you'd have to buy the movie again, and then you'd watch a movie on this thing. And so a huge number of people were just pushed off of it and never came back. It's more or less exactly the same problem that happened with the Wii U. Poor implementation of an interesting idea that kind of flopped completely thanks to extremely bad marketing. That didn't work out well for anybody, as you might imagine. Yeah, why would I buy that? In fact, I myself didn't pick up a PSP until, honestly, I'm pretty sure well after the PSP's life cycle was already done. And it was in the used section. And, and there's tons of great games on it. There's Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, there's Dissidia Duodecim, there's Mega Man Powered Up, there's several good God of War games on it, there's Ace Combat X, which was actually pretty legit. I didn't play that back then, but, there's some good games on the PSP. So, then there's this. Now, I'm not saying that to be dismissive, I'm just saying that's sort of the same problem all of the PSP games had. They eventually ported this to PC and, got this all presented, localized, etc. But there were still some issues and some hurdles. So, like I said, Earthbound. As time has moved on, the Trails of series has very quickly become one of those RPG darling games. Technically, this is going to sound strange, the Trails of series fulfills most of the qualities of what we call a beloved classic. It's a series of games that are very, very beloved and may or may not deserve that. And the fan base gets extraordinarily cultish about. I myself have had plenty of people who have actually attacked me over the years, usually in YouTube comments, about my lack of coverage of this franchise or about my opinions on the game we're about to play, because we did actually stream this game once before the Oblivion line. So, that's fun. That's been fun. So, we'll see how this actually lines up. It has been a while. I'm also going to mention one other thing. Not a big fan of the gameplay of this game. I can actually say that because, again, we've already played it. So I do have cheats accessible, and I have absolutely no hesitation in using them. Unlike Xenogears and Planescape Torment and Chrono Cross, I have no particular investment in not cheating here, because I don't respect the game's combat enough to not do that. So we might just pull that trigger relatively early. We'll see. I never decide until we're there. Before I go any further, I do want to say shoutouts and thank you to the people who made the Trails in the Sky block happen, all 200 hours of it. It's not an exaggeration, by the way. You really don't know. We're going to be here a while. It really is going to be about a month of just this. So, Alex Korbianiki, Alcaidex, oh wow, that's a cute name. I don't think I ever realized that. Old Griffin, Azure Hawk, Bacchias, Battle Programmer, Bella Calic, Ben One Eye, Blade Travel, Blue Dragon EXE, Blue Wolf Alex, Chill Pangolin, Colin Peluso, Croatia, Dame Celeste, David Lazala, Dendo, Dream Whisperer, Ect Klug, FF12 KD, Final Harmony, Frieza 2000, Game Geek, Gigapudding, Jesse's Mask, Judo Joker, Cashel Gladio, Kira White Noise, Lord Haramont, Mazanaka, Maze, Melkor Blade. Oh, nope, not Melkor Blade. Ignore that. Mr. Red 97, Narset, Oreo, Orion Die, Fife, Pretzel, Questy, Raven Zero, Savacom, Circus Surus, Surf, Shishki, Ciela, Solo Cat Plasma, Terakawahana, Trihexia, Wolfster, Zisteroth, Raximus, the person who put this game on the books, for like a pittance, it's Brian Raggett, I don't even recognize that name, and the people who have, who are majority shareholders, which include, but are not limited to, Easel Games, Melkor Blade, Raven Zero, even though I mentioned that one already, Valerian Wraithwall, and of course the person who pretty much funded this game, Lucas Slaughter. Thank you all of you very, very much for killing my next month. I mean, let's do it. Oh yeah, this is one of those you're probably wondering why it's been silent this whole time, why I had Marlon music. I hate these games, and any game that does this when you alt-tab. I know it doesn't count for review, and I don't ding it for review, but God, it drives me batty as a streamer when every time I alt-tab. Anyways. Yeah, I might need a second thing of water. Holy crap. So we're going to have to crank it down to easy, because screw that nonsense. Oh yeah, by the way, all that changes the stats, so negative gameplay. Put that towards WoW Midnight and Expedition 33. But I cannot put that towards Patch Within as Miristar. Nevertheless, thank you for 2 full years of support as Miristar. So if you want to pick a different third thing, I'll put that anniversary sub towards that. Jot this down here, because I just noticed that's it. Anniversary sub. Yeah, this will be going in as a familiar run. The game I've already played. All the other games will be unfamiliar runs, because while I've never played them, I'm pretty sure I know the format of them. A blind run is exactly what it sounds like when I really have no idea what I'm getting into. Daddy's really late. I got a message from the guild saying be home today, too. Shira's gone traveling around the kingdom on some kind of training. I'm so bored. I'll just practice with my staff a bit before dinner. Home. Good night, Dark Day. Sorry to have kept you waiting still. Did you take good care of the house while I was away? Of course I did. Did you run into trouble, Daddy? You didn't get hurt fighting the bad monsters, did you? Nope, I'm fit as a fiddle. Yeah, Casius is just this overwhelmingly, insanely high-tier bat. Just badass. It's kind of funny. Really, easel games. To be clear, you mean the sprites, not the portraits, right? Hell, we haven't even met Reen yet. Portraits I'll give you. Maybe. I'll think about that. I'll put a question mark there. So I don't remember if they do anything with it. That reminds me, though, I brought you a present. Really? What kind of present? A new fishing pole? Sneakers? Something for my training. Maybe I raised you wrong, Estelle. Our little girl's supposed to like clothes and jewelry. I like clothes, they just get dirty. And jewelry breaks when you play outside with it on. Anyway, Daddy, what's with the big blanket? Is that my present? Oh, you're a sharp one. Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt one more time. Hang on a second. There it is. PSP, Trails in the Sky. Here we go. Dialogue portraits. Ooh, that's a big one. Looks like all the party members have 10 portraits to them, which is pretty solid. Most of the NPCs seem to have, looks like 6 is the standard. That one is 8, that one is 6, that one is 6, that one is 6, that one is 8. That one is 9. So it looks like they're more or less bespoke. They just have as many portraits as they want to do an expression for. That makes sense. Sorry, I just saw the Estelle ones where she's wearing slightly different outfits or nothing. I think that qualifies. We'll swing that. No, why don't you come have a look? Oh yeah, get used to that weird fading transition thing. If I'm remembering correctly, it's something to do with how the PSP renders scenes. And so they did that in order to try and limit how much hardware they're pulling from or something like that. Instead of just actually doing like a camera pan, which they can do. This is a 3D scene, right? They can just tilt the camera. The PSP was apparently having issues with that. I don't know specifics. So don't quote me on that. Here you are. Quite a handsome boy, don't you think? Why is my present a boy? Making such a fuss. You wake him. Wake him? You mean he's still alive? Kind of dead, if you ask me. I've treated his wounds. He should be in stable condition. In the meantime, however, we'll need to let him rest. I've put him to bed. I'll put him to bed. Sorry, it's slightly different. So if you wouldn't mind heating a kettle of water on the stove, I'll appreciate it. Okay. He sure sleeps soundly. Almost looks the same age as me. It's the first time I've seen black hair like that, too. He certainly does have a nice head of dark hair. And a pair of amber eyes to go with it. That's nice and all, but how would you come clean and fess up? Fess up? Yeah, who is this kid, anyway? Why is he white? Why'd you bring him to our house? Is he an illegit mate child or something? Would you betray mommy? Where have you been picking up these kinds of words? No doubt from Sherazad. Sherazad, I assume. Yep, that's right. Oh, for heaven's sakes, that girl's gonna get me into trouble one of these days with a lot of nonsense. Actually, I just met this boy while I was out of business. I don't even know his name. You mean brace your business? Something like that. Well, we lost another one, lover. I'm turning into my worst nightmare. I don't even care that someone died anymore because there's just so much death happening. That sucks. Oh, his eyes really are the color of amber. Where am I? So you're awake now, are you? Welcome to my humble home. You'll be safe here, so please try to rest. What are you trying to pull, huh? You must be out of your mind. Why didn't you just leave me there to die? What? No, that's a question I don't know how to answer. Does things just worked out that way work for you? Don't toy with me, Casius Bright. You have any idea what you're getting yourself involved in? Hey! You sure? You sure are shouting a lot for someone who's supposed to be heard. Running your mouth like that is just going to make it longer for your body to heal. Just who are you supposed to be? I'm Estelle. What you cat? Estelle Bright. She's my daughter. Don't you remember me telling you I had a daughter your age? Now that you mention it. Wait a minute, don't try to change the subject. Ah! Quit yelling. Right already. You jumping on me like that isn't going to make me heal any faster either. I don't hear you yelling again, do I? Jumping on me like that is just going to make things worse. Do I hear yelling? Never mind, just forget it. Oh yeah, spoilers. Romance interest. I'm just giving that away right up front. Don't worry, they're not actually siblings. They were just raised together under the same roof, on the same family, while calling each other siblings. As a word of advice, it would be wise not to argue with Estelle while you're in this house. Even I wouldn't stand a chance if I made her mad enough. Yeah, I can see that. By the way, aren't you forgetting something? Huh? Your name. You know, the thing that people call you. Such a mine already, so don't you think it'd be unfair and impolite not to tell me yours? Seems the logical thing to do, if you ask me. Trying to hide it now would only serve to your detriment. My name is Joshua, I believe. What? I just got an achievement. Open all orbaments for all characters. Huh? It's so bright in here. He's lived like a rock. Must mean it's Dad's turn to cook this morning. I wonder if that means Joshua's still in bed. Guess that's a no. What's your head? I guess I better get myself ready too. I hit the cheat button immediately. I was like, no, I can't take it. I can't take it. Nice, Joshua. Bravo. Good morning, Estelle. Hope I didn't wake you. Nah, I was already up when I heard you start to play. Can't believe how awake you are, though. Even the roosters still have bags under their eyes. Not that I mind, but with that siren song of yours lulling a beautiful woman from her slumber. What do you mean, woman? We're the same age, and I'm hardly a man. How wrong you are, Joshua. We may be same age, but I am clearly the woman of the house. And that makes you something like my loyal follower, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, how fortunate for you. You can at least try and sound a tiny bit sincere. Whoa! Whatever. It really is a nice tune, though. Cheerful, yet somehow wistful. I like your other songs, too, of course, but this one's my favorite. What's it called again? The Whereabouts of Light. That's right, Whereabouts of Light. I wish I could play the harmonica like you, Joshua. Sadly, it's a lot harder than it looks, compared to what it takes to use a staff. I think the harmonica is much easier. It's just a matter of concentration. Yeah, you're probably right. I guess my problem is if I don't do something that uses my whole body, I start to feel drowsy. Okay, playing the harmonica is fine and all, but how about getting some exercise, too? All your hobbies are sitting around kind of stuff, like reading and music. No girl's gonna be impressed with just that. Well, excuse me for being so unpopular with the ladies. Although I feel like I should be the one lecturing you about your hobbies. I mean, what kind of boy wants a girl who loves fishing, collecting bugs, and has a fetish for sports shoes? That's enough about hobbies for now. For your information, I graduated from bug collecting a long time ago. Really? I'll believe that when I stop finding beetles in the hallway. Hey, Estelle. Joshua. Morning, Dad. Morning, Dad. Is breakfast ready? It's ready and waiting. I want both of you to hurry on down before it gets cold. Okay. I'm on my way. Thanks for the grub, Dad. Boy, am I stuffed. Are you eating or inhaling, Estelle? Humph. Like people say, kids who eat and sleep a lot grow a lot. Make sure you get enough to eat, but don't forget to pour that energy into your work, too. That reminds me, you two are finishing up your training at the guild today, aren't you? That's right. That'll be a review of everything we've learned up to this point. Once we're finished, we'll be bracers, just like you, Dad. Real quick, bracers are basically the local term for adventurers. You know the type, right? A lot of settings like to come up with another term for it, but that's what it boils down to, is adventurers. You still lack understanding, Estelle. You can only become a junior bracer at the beginning. In other words, a trainee. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you should work extra hard in your training to become a full-fledged bracer. Yeah, heroes in Fable. Or, oh god, what is it in Breath of Fire? There's actually a specific term for it. I can't think of it. Whatever, doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of a little hard work. Just you watch and see what I'm capable of, Dad. I'll be so successful, it won't be long before I pass you, too. That's the spirit. Let's see what you're made of, then, shall we? Let's not start a rivalry here, you two. And Estelle, keep your focus on the task at hand. We have a test later today, remember? Huh? Wait, what test? Please tell me you didn't forget about the test. Oh my god, there's no pause point to drink. I just have to interrupt it. You know, the one that checks whether or not we've mastered the skills we've been learning and training. Don't you remember Shara saying if we failed, we'd be stuck with a ton of extra homework? Crap, I totally forgot. And you mentioned, I guess I kind of remember her saying something like that. Don't sweat it. I'm sure we'll manage somehow or another. Honestly, don't know how you survive this long ahead. No. Your brain is like a sieve. Papa's sad. How can any child of mine end up with such a careless, over-optimistic personality? You're the one that raised me, so I definitely got it from you. I swear the two of you act so much alike. We should probably head over to the guild soon. Shira's going to be there and waiting for us. Sounds like a plan. You know how crazy scary she gets when someone keeps her waiting. I should see that. Oh, before I forget, it's my turn to cook dinner tonight. Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat, Dad? Any requests? Something I'd like to eat, huh? How about Rouen-style scalloped fish and balsamic vinegar sauce? What's that? I think it's a little more than Estelle's cooking skills can handle. Or stomachs. You're right. I just want to see what kind of reaction I get. I'll have the usual fish and omelet. Nothing fancy, but do try to make something edible. How rude. But I can't actually say he's wrong. Actually, I do have one favor to ask before you head out. I'd like you to pick me up a copy of the Liberal News from the General Goods Store. They're supposed to be getting the latest edition today. Got it. One copy of the Liberal? I don't know. News from the General Goods Store. If there's any money left over, you can have it as your allowance. However, that means no wasteful spending. Alright, thanks, Dad. Okay, we're heading out now. See you later, Dad. Work hard. Give Shirazad my regards. So, we have reached the point where we're done with the intro cutscene. Why is that? Oh, Jesus Christ. I've decided to stop using the controller. I'm not even dealing with that. This is better. Okay. Yeah, same exact options. That's what I thought. Just kind of double check a few things. Very PSP. Looks like we already have pummel. Yeah, no, the button setup, I'm just not dealing with it. And to my knowledge, you can't rebind it. So... in fact, actually... I'm curious of something. See, it looks like my saves aren't here. Well, there's a Chapter 3 save here. That's weird. Good morning, Darkrai. I do have an RNG stat, although I'm pretty sure that actually means range. Strength, defense, attack, strength, attack, defense, speed, dexterity, agility, movement, and range. Oh, excuse me, arts strength. And then probably arts defense. I'm trying to figure out if there's any kind of camera control. There's over here, but what is it over here? Oh, there it is. It's mouse wheel. Okay, I was gonna jot something down. Yep, there we go. There's a standing log for practice. There's something written on it. Stupid Joshua. Aw. We're already crushing. We have like a... Ah, there we go. Yeah, we have... Whoop, whoop. Oh, God. Okay, there we go. There we go. So there's the way to Rolent. And I believe... Yep, we actually have a map too. Check it out. Yeah, by memory, we're going to be pretty much circling this lake. And that's going to be the adventure. You know, chapter 1 of the adventure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is also where the kingdom of Zeiss exists. I don't know if you can see my scripture. You can see the mouse cursor. Okay, cool. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, we have no orbaments, as we shouldn't. Looks like we made a good time. Not too early, not too late. Just really graduated from Sunday school. I never dreamed we'd have to study so hard to become bracers. I'm pretty sure that says, well, you're in luck. Today's our last day of training. Truth be told, though, you're the one who signed up to be a bracer in the first place, so I don't know why you expect to get away with less effort. Oh yeah, I guess I did. Alright then. Let's get to it and make it through this last hazing from Shara. You look better to me. Let's go meet with Shara at the Bracer Guild then. Why do you keep trying to sit there? You cannot sit there. Like, this is not a mandate from me. You just can't. There's not enough space. Yeah. He just wants to be on camera. I'm sorry. This is not a make fun of. I love this. So in the legend, we've got the Bracer Guild. Yep, okay. Lodgings, yep. Orbal Factory, yep. Septian Church, and then various shops. Good morning, Mr. Elgar. Good morning, sir. You're a brother early, aren't you? Correct me if I'm wrong, but today's your last day of training, isn't it? I seem to remember saying something about the last time I had you run the store. Yes, that's right. I'll make sure you do fine. Still, I've got good reason to worry. She's always been scatterbrained ever since she was a child. Probably all the knocks she took to the head playing with the boys. Hi, TSP. Really? So I guess that scatterbrained trait isn't something new, huh? Give you a head injury if you don't shut up. Don't call me scatterbrained. Let's not fight. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to use the controller again. Let's just see if I can force this. So, let me explain one of the biggest issues, and I know this is going to sound like such a pathetic, petty complaint, and everyone's going to jump in my throat, and blah, blah, blah. I don't care. This is the same button. We talk a lot about tunneling and drilling. Anybody who's played any game ever, anyone who's ever actually used a software of any type ever, knows what tunneling and drilling is, even if you've never heard the terminology. One is the universal go up, and one is the universal go down, right? On the SNES, it would be A and B, for example. Or B and A, more accurately. On the computer, it's usually escape and enter, or left click and right click. There's one thing that goes further back, up a menu, and there's one thing that goes further in, selecting into a menu. Having that be the same button is honestly just bad design. So that's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Well, see, that's the thing. If I'm not mistaken, and I might be... Actually, we could check. How do I save? No. There we go. Just pop a save here. Let's quit the game. And we're done! Alright, so next game of the list. Trails in the Sky 2. Hang on a sec. There's a separate config file. Let's see what that does. Yeah, that's what I thought. No, so I could move the button, but it's still going to be both cancel and menu on the same button. It's the Elden Ring problem, right? You can remap what that button is, but it's still going to be both features. That's all. Hmm. Yeah, on to the remake. Ah! Yeah, you think this game's long. The remake is apparently about twice as long. I can tell I fiddled with these options before because I noticed that some of these things are already custom. Which makes sense. We did play this game. Yeah, when asked about why the remake is so much longer, one of the biggest reasons listed was just voice acting. How long was the last one? Now you got me curious. Hang on a sec. I can check really quick. It was 7 VODs, which is still pretty freaking long. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Whoops, 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 whoops. Hang on. Sorry, sorry. There we go. Okay, so honestly, I just cancel that. I actually did have one person ask why we're reviewing the original and not the remake, which I found to be an interesting question. First of all, remakes and originals are different games. So that's the most obvious answer to that question. Second of all, the original is what was requested and funded. Third of all, the game isn't launching. I've run into this problem a couple of times. When I was doing some setup, I ran into this problem too. Why are you not launching? There it goes. That's true. If anybody wants to add the remake, that's up to them. That'll be a completely separate run, as all such things are. But I'm not just going to freely bake that into the block, right? I don't mind doing comparison runs of games that are like 10 hours, maybe 20, not 70. There it is, Trails in the Sky. Yep, it was 29 hours, apparently. Okay, so load thing. Okay. No, it'd be the normal cost. It is a remake. I don't charge double for remakes. I only charge double for one thing. That's an audit run. And I honestly feel like that's a really obvious reason why I do that. It is specifically to discourage audit runs. Because, you know, we've already covered it. So, time that could be spent on anything else. There you two are. Good morning, Estelle. Good morning, Joshua. Good morning, Aina. Good morning. Aina? Is Shara here already? Yeah, she's waiting for you upstairs. Once you finish today's training, you'll finally be recognized as members of the Bracers Guild. Good luck to the both of you. Thanks. We'll do our best. The Star and the Hanged Man. At least all of the Control ones, Darkrai. Hermit and the Magician. Last of all, Inversion through the Wheel of Fortune. This is a difficult combination. How should I interpret this? Good morning, Shara. Good morning, Judo Joker. Congrats, by the way. Well, this is Estelle and Joshua. This is a rare occasion for both of you to show up so early. Well, since it's my last day of training, I figured, why not? I'm ready to get this show on the road and become a bracer myself. I can give you credit for enthusiasm, but I'm going to work you hard today in every way I can think of to make sure that high-spirited attitude of yours holds up. I hope you're ready. I can feel that enthusiasm dropping already. Quiet, you. Every time I teach you something, you somehow manage to forget it. This training is my way of trying to keep that information in your head, instead of letting it dribble out your ears like it usually does. Joshua, Shara's picking on me. Yeah, so she's a himbo, or a bimbo if you prefer. Charismatic, nice, and, not intelligent. Don't worry, Shara. While Estelle may hate studying and rarely ever does her homework, acts rashly, is overly naive, has a tendency to pick her nose. I'm sorry. She actually has a tendency to stick her nose into everything. Her instincts are sharp, so I'm sure she'll pick up on how to use Orbit with some practice, eventually, probably. I guess there's not much I can do now except for hope for the best. Really engaged choice. Hold on a sec, Joshua. Somehow I get the feeling you weren't standing up for me. I have heard it argued that Casius qualifies as a himbo. And I can kind of see it. I don't know, it's debatable, but I can kind of see where it's coming from. Somehow I get the feeling you weren't standing up for me. Well, that's odd. I'm positive I described all your best traits accurately. Whatever. By the way, what are you trying to predict with your tarot cards? Your face is really intent. Oh, this? I was just trying to get a vague reading about what might happen in the near future. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have the right mindset to interpret the cards correctly. You couldn't read the cards? That's surprising to hear. Actually, the more profound the meaning of the cards, the more difficult they become to interpret, but that's not important now. I think it's time we start your final training. I'll give you a brief rundown on all the information we've covered in your previous trainings, the minimal level of knowledge and potential. Alright. So, that formatting. Orbments are mechanical devices which operate by what's known as Orbal energy. A variety of effects can be produced based on their structure and type of quartz or process septium installed. Although it's only been about 50 years since their invention, these devices play an integral role in all facets of life. From lights, heaters, and every other day products to weapons, magic, and even airships. By the way, just to head this off, I'm not yawning because I'm bored. I'm yawning because I'm reading out loud a lot. That's normal. Don't jump down my throat, please. In connection, this technological reform is commonly known as the Orbal Revolution. Bracers are investigative and combat specialists who work to protect civilians and maintain stability in their respective regions. They aid the community in various ways, such as exterminating monsters, preventing crime, finding lost items, and escorting people and goods. Bracer Guild, which established branches across the continent, manages the affairs of each bracer in each region. Yep, it is cut off on the left for me as well. That'll be every day, Blake. No, I was having the same problem in every other game we've been playing lately, because there's been a lot of reading. 2 PSP RPGs, sorry, excuse me, 2 PS1 RPGs, and then an old CRPG, and then this. Yeah, this is just reading. It's just reading. I am also a little bit clogged here because, allergies. So that's not helping. So I can't breathe as well as normal, and I'm reading out loud a lot. So, yawns. The Kingdom of Liberal, which we sit on. Liberal? I feel like liberal sounds better, instead of just calling it liberal. The Kingdom of Liberal, in which we sit on, sits on the western half of the Zemurian continent and abounds with nature and deep-rooted traditions. Liberal is proud to be one of the leading producers of septium on the continent and is known for a high level of technology used to develop orbments. Orbment technology has also been a key pillar of support for Liberal, protecting its independence as it has been contended with neighboring nations. Ten years ago, when Liberal was invaded by the Erebonian Empire, it was the use of Orbal-powered airships that saved the kingdom from defeat. Consequently, even now our relationship with the Empire is somewhat sensitive, but thanks to the Queen's political finesse, Liberal enjoys peace. Okay. Interesting news. Makes sense. Let's see, since we've got a mountain of stuff to do today, we'll let you off the hook this time with a condensed review. I'm going to speed things up and move on to the practical portion of your training. Sure, how's today's practical training and different from the training we've done before? Since it's practical, you'll be experiencing things firsthand. Therefore, I'm going to have both of you run everything as if this is a real bracer job. So there'll be studying on a desk involved? Yep. This time you have to go out and make a physical effort to accomplish your task. I'll make sure to have you work up a sweat, so I hope you're ready. That's seriously just what the doctor ordered. I didn't know what I was going to do if I had to sit another day with my tush parked at a desk. I guess I got all work for nothing. Suddenly you're all bright and cheerful. Let's just hope that smile on your face lasts till the end of today's training. Okay, first objective. Confirm the details of the job you'll be performing. Before that, there's something we need to give both of you. Ina, are they ready? Yes, they are. You too. These are very important, so make sure not to lose them. Bracer Notebook. Bracer Notebooks serve as the official way to record the status of your jobs. Anything you may hear or say or think you're fine or think you will win. These are trivial things that can become clues, no matter how insignificant something may seem. Always write it down. Updating my journal. Understood. Crap, this sounds like it's going to be a pain.
Oh, please tell me it's my ears playing tricks on me, because I swear I got one response. I'm sure there were two. Keeping an accurate account of events is an important duty for all bracers. Get with the program. Stop trying to make this out to be more than it really is. Okay, okay. Make sure you do. Now, let's begin. Over by the door, you can see there's a bulletin board. This training will involve searching the sewers beneath Rolent and bringing back the contents of a chest. Automatic recorded. Very good. Looks like you're able to see what's posted without any trouble. Check the bulletin board as one of those basic functions a bracer performs in their job. Check regularly to see if there's any side quests. Man, all this talk about Judy is starting to cramp my style. Sure, there are a lot of rules to follow, but there's an equal level of responsibility in the jobs themselves. I think being a bracer calls for more than just being someone with a half-hearted attitude. I guess you're right. I'll just have to be more motivated. Isn't it so? Had a change of heart, have you? You betcha. Well, for all that motivation sneaks off somewhere, let's work on your next task. What will we doing this time? We'll be heading across the street to Mr. Miller's Orbal factory to learn about how to use its services. He's graciously said... No, I thought, Oh, God. The place in Cold Steel was Germany. I mean, they literally have a Bismarck character. Although I guess that would make it Prussia, wouldn't it? Erebonia, that's it. He has graciously taken time out of his busy day to spend time with you. Simply be respectful. Okay. Here's where you learn how to use an Orbal factory services. At an Orbal factory, you can modify your orbits and synthesize support quartz to use in Orbal arts. Okay, so, orbments. They are mechanical devices which exhibit an array of effects through the installation of various types of quartz. By definition, that means lights, airship engines, and so on are types of orbments. However, the ones we'll be discussing today are battle orbments, which increase your abilities and allow you to use magic. Since each orbment is adjusted to match the personal owner's aptitude, the structure of these is different from owner to owner. Put simply, the shape of the fixed elemental slots and lines connect them vary. And right here's the layman's explanation. You have to have an open slot, you install quartz into it, the central slot is open by default, but other slots must be opened at an Orbal factory like this. It'll take a fair amount of money, too. EP, which is needed for magic, will also see a max increase according to the number of open slots. I recommend opening them all as soon as possible. I have this really vague memory that EP, like, doesn't regen properly. Or something like that. It maybe properly is unkind. But, like, I'm pretty sure, like, you can refill EP, HP, and CP pretty easily. But EP, you can't. If I'm remembering correctly. We'll see. Simply put, Orbal arts are magic, which can be discharged exclusively through the use of battle ornaments. In other words, a number of peculiar effects can be produced by using Orbal effects stored within these mechanical devices. Since Orbal arts can be a mouthful, they're almost universally referred to as arts. Probably ought to call it that from the get-go. There are several types of arts, but in order to be able to use them, the corresponding quartz must first be synthesized. Orbments are set up so that once a particular quartz is installed, the owner will be able to use those arts. Types of arts changes depending on the elemental value and the combination of the installed quartz. Basically, if you want to use water arts, install quartz with water elemental value. In reality, orbments are much more complex than I described. No! I'm role-playing as Estelle today. Quartz are circuits made from sepith. Quartz have a vast number of effects that raise their abilities and make it possible to use arts. You'll not be able to harness them until the quartz has been installed into a slot. There are also fixed slots, in which only a certain type of quartz can be installed, in which case you can synthesize a new quartz. Be sure to check the orbment where you can install it ahead of time. Sepith are fragments of septium, which are dropped by monsters. They're divided into 7 types: earth, water, fire, wind, time, space, and mirage. And if I'm not mistaken, for this playthrough, we'll be focusing on earth, blue, and white. So silver, I suppose. Sepith can be exchanged for mirror almost anywhere, but at the Orbal factory can be used to synthesize quartz and open orbment slots. Looks like Mr. Meldus answers all your questions. If there's nothing else, let's have you both try to use the services here. For that, you're going to need some Sepith. Here's some Sepith. I just got an achievement for getting 1,000 of each Sepith and also 3,000 of each Sepith. So, okay, you're probably wondering what the hell's happening with that. I figured it out while I was doing the config thing. The last time we played this, we were playing the GOG version of the game. And now we're playing the Steam version. You're probably wondering, why? Well, I don't know what happened, but I could not get the GOG version running at all. So, after like several long minutes, it was only like half an hour, but after about half an hour of trying to get the game running, I gave up on it. And I just picked up the game on Steam, which ran just fine. I want you to begin first by making an elemental quartz to work with your performance. So, any is okay for you, Estelle, but for Joshua, it has to be time. Here's how you can talk to someone. Yeah, there's our Sepith. And for her, let's just get her straight up attack, I think. So this is almost assuredly going to be a positive. This probably looks like a lot of nonsense right now, but this is an in-game wiki, and you know I'm a fan of those. So, most of this is fairly self-apparent, but, you know, telling you what specific icons are in the combat, telling you, so here's a list of the icons, what they're called, what the description is, does it wear off, is it curable? Info about the elements, info about how to cook, info about how the pay you receive when you get certain BP. Yeah, exactly. That's the Civlopedia. That's exactly right. This is rad. So. We've also got our actual quest journal right here. Yeah, something like CK3 has better in-game wiki, but this is still a good in-game wiki, so this is definitely going to be a source. Oh, positives. Which means muting the game. Info in-game. Let me actually look up something really quick. We'll discuss FF13's thing when we get there. We'll call this a double then. Oh shoot, I lost the game. Where's the game? Where's the game? There it is. Sorry. As I say, I only bought FF13 once on the PC. And if you're thinking, that's strange, I swore you played the PS3 version on stream, you'd be right. That was my brother-in-law's copy, not mine. Still the most up-to-date versions. Sigh. So this is going towards... Yeah. I kind of wish they'd done more with it, personally, TSB. In other waters, Road Warden, Road 96. Thank you, as always, TSB.
Now, that's interesting. I've never heard anyone say that I introduced them to the Trails of series, because I only covered it the one time. That was a while ago, too. I suppose you're welcome? You're ever and always welcome to hang out around here. Yeah, that was 5 years ago. It was June 2nd of 2020 is when we covered Trails in the Sky 1. Jeez Louise. Ah, okay. That's actually, as weird as it sounds, it's weird to think that the Oblivion line is that recent. We've covered a lot of things since the Oblivion line. Anyways, don't be a stranger. Unless you want to. You can lurk if you'd like to, and you can tell me how awful I am. I hear it every single day. You can also just chat. I Dream Whisperer. Okay. Did we equip everything? Did I equip anything? Oh, I don't have a controller. Hello? 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 There we go. I've been trying to refrain from commenting on FF13 until I actually review it, because I never have. In fact, I've never beaten FF13 without cheating. The only time I beat FF13 was for the lore run. Yeah, I don't know what's to add to that. Okay, are we done? Looks like you were able to synthesize one. Next, increase the arts you can use. So install quartz in your orbits. But haven't I already done that? I guess not. I need a defensive orb. Or quartz, excuse me. Yeah, of course they don't give us enough to actually open our first slot, which makes sense. She gave us 20. We need 30 to open a slot. Did that work? Okay, there we go. So, now we're going to open a slot. She also repeated the info that opening slots also increases our EP. Slot. There you go. Yeah, it takes a bit in order to get to some of those. Yeah, they've got a big thing for a clock motif in these games. Well, in this game. I don't actually know if that goes past this. I should mention, I played Cold Steel, one of them. I legitimately don't remember which. Honestly, I barely retained it. It was a rumination, so. But, I don't know, actually, an end statement. I just, for all intents and purposes, I've never played anything other than Sky 1. This concludes your training. Now it's time to move on to what you've been waiting for. Qualification test. Pardon? Did you just say test? You can't honestly tell me if I got that, but the test again. Did I just remind you this morning? Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I vaguely remember some talk about that. Okay, this is getting strange. Okay. Yeah, we want specific lines. I'll show that off in a minute. Sometimes I fear the future of the Bracer Guild and humanity. Ah, no sense worrying about that. I don't know if I'm ready for... How about a little less yapping, more walking? Joshua, help me. Mr. Meldos, Freddy, thank you for all your help. Don't mention it. Good luck with that test of yours. I'll be ready for you. I'm going to remember you left me high and dry like this, Joshua. I was being polite. Alright, so naturally our first level is the sewer level. Gotta get that out of the way earlier. Are they working on a remake of 2? Sarah, what now? It's not going to be a paper test or something, right? Did Casius drop you on your head as a child or something? You just read what it said on the bulletin board, did you not? Yeah, and? I even made you jot it down, unless you forgot that too. Pretty sure the job listing mentioned searching for and rescuing an item from the sewers. Oh, what a relief. Oh, divine Adios, I give thanks to thee for thy infinite grace, bestowing upon us such wonderful gifts as sewers. You really thought it was a paper test. No wonder you're acting all crazy. You can already feel the nostalgia. All those horrible days in the classroom are going to be grand memories indeed. I'm starting to wonder if we'll ever be able to graduate at all. What's wrong with you? Why do you have to go and say something like that when I'm trying to reminisce about positive things? Right. I suppose that's fair, Moog. Here's the question. Will they remake 3? Like, Cold Steels probably don't need a remake. But 1, 2, and 3 all, well, from what I've seen, which is very, very little, all feel like the same engine. I obviously haven't even touched the crossbell stuff, so I don't know about that. I mean, when I say the same engine, like I mean it sincerely. I'm not going to do it, but if I pulled up each game right now and looked at the options menu, you would see an identical options menu in each game, as in exactly identical for 1 through 3. And the launcher's identical, and the configuration is identical, and blah blah blah. I'm pretty sure it is the exact same engine for all 3. Do not quote me on that. Damn. Alright, enough jabbering. This is supposed to be a test. But you try to at least look a little anxious. Just so you know, if you happen to flunk the test, you don't want to imagine the kind of homework I have in store for both of you. We'll be fine. Just tell us what you want us to do and let us loose. Well, if you're so confident in proving... How about proving you're not just blowing hot air with the results? Anyway, you both saw the bulletin board. This will be a search. It's a real test. Real dungeon. Here's some items. This is a monster guide. You can report information about monsters. That's our bestiary. That might be positive as well. He who controls the flow of information controls the tide of battle, right? That's exactly what I'm saying. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Joshua. Well, he should. That's some useful advice. Thanks for the tip, Shara. Alright, let's get pumped and knock out this test. Don't forget, this is an exam. We should treat it as such. Hey, Giga. So yeah, this is what Dakota was talking about. If we have a line of, I believe, four greens and 2 yellows, we'll have access to the lightning spell. If we have 8 greens and 4 yellows, we'll have access to plasma. You get to really funny stuff here. Like, for example, if you somehow have four of silver, 3 of earth, 3 of fire, 2 of water, 2 of wind, 2 of yellow, whatever that is, then you gain access to the Saint spell, which increases your strength and defense by 25%. And so forth and so on. There's also the basic stat stuff you get, too. There's a recovery point. Let's use it if our HP and EP get low. So there's a recovery point. It's another Earthbound parallel. There's our initiative. So I'm trying really hard not to be too negative about this game, but this is my least favorite part of the entire game right here. The battles are big, empty grids. And there's not a lot you can really do in the battles in this game for quite a while. Yeah, exactly. It's Banner Saga. That's the same thing I didn't like about Banner Saga. Good morning, Walker.
We're good to go.
What's a remake do with it, if you don't mind sharing? Yeah, the remaster of Tactics is just going to put the display on the screen instead of forcing you to dig through menus to find it. Good morning, Braven.
Interesting. DZ movement. Sounds cool. Yeah, CP is generated by doing stuff, I believe. I guess I can just prove that right now. Yep, that just gave us 5 CP. Let's see if this... Let's see if healing gives us CP. Hang on, Trihexia. Nope, healing does not give CP. Good to know. Position, hi-fi, and kill zone. There we go. Yeah, sorry, I haven't actually had a chance to check yet. Trihexia. A chance to do anything yet. Let's see if an attack spell does it. Yep. I would imagine it's actually dealing and taking damage specifically. That would be a lot easier to code than tying it to attacks. Ah. I know Mook just said that, but listen, I don't know how to read, okay? Listen, when is Square going to make a game for people like me who don't know how to read? The chest is empty because of you. Nice work, hero. Oh, God, kill me, Arisoto. What a surprise. Another creepy thing. I wish there was an easier way to take care of them. One blow using an S-Craft or S-Break should do the trick. Catches our CPS to be at least 100. Devastating attacks. That's a good point. While this is doing its thing. There are actions which allow S-Craft to be immediately unleashed while by the battle order. Didn't you already say that? Press the break button. Which I know what that button is. I remember that attack because I remember killing a lot of bosses with it. Right. Okay, now that that's dealt with. Thank you for the sub, Ben Dolphin. And you may or may not know this, but if you want, you could put that towards increasing interest in up to 3 future streams if you'd like to. I feel so bad for them, really. What's her name? Jessica Chavez? I mean, I don't blame them. What's really funny is I was reading up on that a little bit, just a bit. And Nihon themselves were like, I don't know if you could translate our games. And I'm sorry, maybe this is just me. But I think that, you know, Xseed is the more egregious party there. Not Nihon. Not the developers, in other words. Anyways. I don't have like any AoEs, do I? Yeah. Well, let's show off a spell while we're here. Nippon. Okay, that's why I kept stumbling over. Right, I should probably jot that down as a potential. It was Nihon. Damn it! I don't know who to believe anymore, Darkrai. But yeah, they switched over from Xseed to the new team, right? And the new team is just, yeah, multiple games behind. It has been for a while. I don't even remember this one. I used to keep pretty good track of where we were at with this series, and I just kind of walked away from it after a while. I've been doing this job for so long that Trails of Cold Steel 4 wasn't out in English by the time I started looking at this. That's a good question, Dream Whisperer. I'm gonna guess yes. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Because that one has 18 and that one has 28. So, never mind. Looks like it sticks with it. That's weird. There's a couple of boxes in here. I thought there's done not one, but two is kind of interesting too. I wonder what's inside. Mission is search and retrieve only. I'm pretty sure looking inside the boxes doesn't fall in our mission objectives. You're no fun. This has nothing to do with our mission. It's what I like to call good, honest curiosity. You know, we're the only ones down here. We can get away with a teensy-weensy peek, right? If you feel like flunking today's test, by all means, be my guest. Did you say the F word? Yep. Opening one of those boxes could result in an automatic fail for the both of us. If this were a real job, the contents of those boxes belong to the client. As long as there's nothing illegal, we would have no right to open them. I know, I just can't help myself. If you absolutely have to know what's inside, why not ask her when I get back? For now, we need to focus on getting out of here. Okay. Good work, you two. As a rule of training, I'm going to need to confirm the items in your possession. Yep, real deal. I don't see any evidence of tampering either. That was a close one. I figured she'd try to set us up like that. Congratulations to the both of you. You have successfully passed your qualifications test. You didn't think something that simple would be a problem for us, did you? Cheryl, what's in those boxes? That's for me to know and you to find out after your training's finished. Enough chit-chat. Let's get back to Wake. Seriously, did you just say we just passed the test? You still have to learn about how to report the results of your work. Don't worry about tired. There's no time to shrink your dudes. Let's get back to the guild. When is this day going to be over? Your final training is how to report to the guild. Whenever you finish the job, it's your duty to report the results of your work to your guild. Reporting how you resolved the situation and the steps you took to get there part of the job of the bracer. Reporting results from the Gained 1 BP. We're not going for all BP. No, I'm pretty sure a bunch of Zerglings could shred Magneto. They don't have any iron in them after all. Good job, you two. Oh my god. It seems like you're able to complete your objective without running into major problems. Another thing to take note of is depending on how you handle a job, you may see an increase or decrease in the amount of pay. You also get points known as bracer points. These are a whole other thing. And of course will affect our playthrough of the second game. Seriously. Good work, you two. You've officially completed the entire training course. From now on, you'll be learning from your own real-world experience. 2 small boxes. Those boxes? The answer to your question, yes, these are the boxes you retrieved during today's test. You seem awfully curious. You saying it's okay if we open them? That's right. Why don't you open them, see what you look inside. I don't know, actually, Zerging Magneto would probably work really well if you don't have anything magnetic on you. Just overwhelm him. Junior Bracer album. Aww. Does this mean we're... Damn. Estelle Bright, Joshua Bright. Beginning this day at 1500 hours, you are hereby appointed as Junior Bracers in the Bracer Guild. From here on, you'll work as members of the Bracer Guild to support the livelihood of those around you, defend peace, uphold justice. Congrats! Welcome to the fold. Did you hear that, Joshua? We become members of the Bracers Guild. Woo! That's because they suck, Zuckdeft. I'm a Bracer now, huh? I think the realization's only now beginning to sink in. Come on, Joshua. You should be jumping for joy or running around and screaming at the top of your lungs like this. Damn. I was happy until you made my eardrums bleed. Hate to interrupt your celebrations, but I need to take off now. I have some backup work that needs my immediate attention. We understand you've been spending a lot of extra hours working with us during busy time for the guild. Before we head out, I just wanted to say thanks. Likewise, I appreciate all the trouble you've gone through for us. Don't mention it. Training new recruits is one of our Bracer's many duties. We're not. I was once in your shoes a long time ago when your father trained me. Why you have so much respect for my dad? There's actually more to it than that, but I'll save the conversation for another day. You see, he's a total badass. Oh my god! As for both of you, you work hard to become full-fledged Bracers early so you can help me guide through those new recruits who came after yourselves. In time, I hope you both become respectable Bracers like your father. I don't get it. Yeah, what? This is Sherazard, the Silver Streak, one of the most skilled young Bracers we're talking about. Why is the Shield's dad in such high esteem? He seems like nothing more than a no-good middle-aged man who's always out doing who knows what instead of being a father. No good middle-aged man, huh? From your viewpoint, doesn't come as a surprise you would see him in that fashion. Huh? Never mind. Let's hurry and head home. We should let Dad know we qualified. Right. Ah, there. Hi, Ridge. Looks like your training's over, isn't it? I'm humbled to know you two are the youngest ever to pass the exam. Look forward to working with you in the same capacity. I have to get back to work now, but if there's something you don't understand, give me a holler. Congrats. Bring it on. Yeah, come on. Wait for me, Luke. Let's see, if this was Xenogears, about 5 minutes from now, this entire town would be on fire. Okay, little twerp, what's with the "oh great, it's Estelle" remark? And what's the big hurry? How about telling us where you're headed? You're not thinking about wandering out of town alone, are you? Roads are full of monsters, I hope you know. You're such a pest. Don't you know there's no room for girls to be sticking their big fat noses in boys' business? Quit acting like you're a bracer you want to be. How wrong you are, Luke. How incredibly wrong. You're more wrong than a fool who thinks there's better tasting milk in the barrel than the milk that comes from the Purcell farm. What? No way. You're full of it. In fact, as of a few minutes ago, we are real bracers. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Real bracers. More like bracers in training, really. Don't think you should be getting a high horse. No, a high pony. Quit being a killjoy. Oh, you two are great. I'm happy for both of you. Oh, Pat, you're such a good little boy. Unlike that smart aleck and cynical brat you call a friend. This isn't fair. I was supposed to become a bracer first. I can accept Joshua, but getting passed by the likes of Estelle. What's the likes of Estelle supposed to mean? Just, you can't even be a bracer until you're 16. Get it? Only mature people are allowed. Well, little kids are still going to Sunday school. I don't know how I should put this, but Sunday school is dying to have you back. Better watch out, Estelle. I'm going to train at my secret base, and before you know it, I'm going to be a bracer too. Come on, Pat. All right, I'm coming. See you later, Estelle. Boy, Luke, he's always trying to pick a fight with me. I wonder if he just plain hates me or something. I think it's the exact opposite. What do you mean by that? Don't worry about it. It's a boy thing. Anyway, what did Luke meant when he said secret base? I don't know why, but it makes me somehow curious. I know exactly what you mean. The pure heart of a young child can be so inspiring at times. That's not really what I meant by curious. Look. Dang it. One second. Just double checking my notes. You fight mobs, Dream Whisperers. Hey, Rasalisu. Is it real? I thought it was already out. That's probably what I'm thinking about. I can actually demonstrate really quick. Check it out. So we go to the Orbal factory and we're like, hey, what's up? Congrats, you finally became bracers, huh? Yep, thanks. Estelle, you're way too proud of yourself. I just have to ruin the moment. I should be happy for this because I earned it. You should at least let me bask in the glory for a minute. Sometimes you can be so... Estelle, now you become a bracer, you're going to have to get over your little problem with Orbal arts. Man, you too? Why do you have to go and spoil my day by saying things like that? So, you see in the lower left there, that's our Sepith. Mobs drop Sepith. We turn Sepith into directly making quartz, like this, or opening slots, like this. That's it. Mobs drop Sepith. Sepith gets you spells. There's actually a little bit more to it than that, but that really is the basics.
You can also turn Sepith into money. Now that we're going to do that. That took me a second to process what that was. Oh yeah, so here's our bestiary. Eight, actually, very good, but yeah. Yeah, Sepith, I remember distinctly one of the things we cheated in last time was giving us like 999 of all the Sepiths just to bypass a lot of stuff. What am I doing? Monsters and Memories. Sorry, I'm not deliberately doing that. There we go. Select. Hello. What are you doing in the market for today? New pair of shoes? Hey, you mentioned they're doing new ones in stock. You know, like the newest Stregas. Believable, you've actually already forgotten why we came here to begin with. We're not here to shop. We're supposed to be buying a copy of the Liberal News for Dad. Right, of course. You've always been a big collector of those shoes, haven't you, Estelle? I'm afraid the Stregas aren't out yet. I do, however, have the copies of the Liberal News. Alright, I'll take one copy then. Jamira. I know my dad always buys a copy of this magazine, but does it really sell that well? It sure does. The Liberal News has an excellent reporter and camerawoman who've done a great job reporting the latest and most reliable news. They're even supposed to have a running story related to the Queen Alicia's birthday celebration. But enough about that. Why don't you tell me how you did today? Did you make it? Today was your last day of training, wasn't it? Yep. Everything went smoothly, too. But how'd you know about all that, Mr. Renat? In a certain sense, both you and Josh were like celebrities in Rolent. I tend to hear a lot from customers coming through here. I shouldn't expect anything less from Rolent. The grapevine around here is seriously something to be reckoned with. No kidding. The women here love to gossip. One more thing before you go. This gift is my way of saying congratulations. It's a free sample item I received with my shipment of goods, but don't hold the free part against me. What's this supposed to be for? It's a ton of blank pages. It's a recipe book, isn't it? Yep. When you get hurt fighting, if you limit yourself to healing bombs, you're going to cut pretty deep into your wallets. So you can eat food instead. It's basically free! Nope. Although, if we get that replicator thing working. Anyways, assuming you have all the ingredients. Oh, if you don't have to eat something new, write it down. You'll have lots of recipes in no time. So go ahead and eat this cookie. I made it a personal rule never to turn down sweets. I remember all the plot. I streamed it, so I retained it. It's rooms I forget. Basically, all you have to do is eat the food to learn the recipe. Simple as that. You're traveling about, you should eat whatever food you come across you haven't had the opportunity to try before. That's pretty convenient. It's not like I don't like cooking at all, it's just I've never seemed to get any better. I'm sure I'd be able to increase my repertoire and really shock my dad's taste buds once in my life. That's the spirit. And, in passing, if you're in need of any ingredients, I'd be delighted to serve your cooking needs. You really know how to solicit your customers. Thanks for the recipe book. There's sit-down meals and there's to-go meals. Sit-downs cannot be carried as items. Ingredients can be bought or procured from mobs. I remember liking the cooking system for what it was. Hang on a second. What? Yeah, exactly, Moog. And I like the flavor of it. Pun intended. Oh, that sounds really cool, DZ Maven. No, your sons are fine. We're definitely not about to do a quest to go rescue them. Don't worry about it. I keep wanting to jump like this is Xenogears. Juicy bone. Oh, right, that's actually an ingredient. For just a second, I was like, is that actually supposed to be? No, that's cool. Big boost to our defense. Which I will take. Come on. Oh my god, let me talk to you. Still, Joshua, am I glad I found you two. Oh, hi, Anna. Something wrong? Got a bit of a problem. Is your father home today? Yeah, he said something about how to sort out a bunch of documents. What's going on? You know Luke and Pat, right? Sure we do. We just saw him not that long ago. What's wrong? I don't know how to say this, but I just heard from you that Luke and Pat ran off to the tower on the skirts of Rolent. You mean the Tower of Espelis? Isn't that place supposed to be a breeding ground for monsters? That's what they say. Unfortunately, at the moment, Sherazade is out on bracer business, so I want to ask your father to bring home safely. What are you talking about? There's no time for that. Joshua and I'll go after them. I don't know if that's a good idea. You two just qualified today. With all due respect, I believe Estelle's judgment is correct. If the two of us hurry, we may catch up with them before they reach the tower. I understand. I'll take responsibility. As an emergency request, can I ask you lose no time? You got it. This is not timed, so we can spend all the time we want to. Oh, Joshua, we don't have any time to lose. Right behind you. I just noticed we leave dust trails where we're rolling. That's cute. Let me jot down some thoughts before I forget them. Because I'm already actively forgetting as we speak. No! Okay, that'll do it. Yes, Star Wars. Very much so. Similar to Chrono Cross, of all things. Although much better realized. A lot of people tend to forget that in Chrono Cross, almost all the spells in the game were actually devices. Technology that you could buy and equip. The sun is like right in my eyes, but like from over there. It's a weird reflection. Can you even see that on me? No, you can't. But there's this glaring. Oh God, that is piercingly blinding. Sorry. Is it different music for the second game? I know that sounds like a strange question, but I could see them just reusing the soundtrack, considering the nature of it. Sorry, so for those of you who don't understand why I'm asking such a strange question, the first two games were originally supposed to be one game. And that's going to be noticeable the further in we get. Because they were starting to run up against the wall in terms of budget and keeping the lights on. So they decided just to release half of their first game, and that's what we're playing today. And over the next week or so. I don't know much about the third game, though. So, part of the reason I compared this to Earthbound was similar to some other games. In fact, some of the games we played lately, Planescape Torment is actually a perfect example of this. These games didn't sell super well at launch, no. But they started selling more well over time, if that makes sense. As more and more word spread and more people got interested, more people started picking it up, and they started selling more copies, and pretty much turned it into a flagship franchise, which is why it's still going, literally, as of 3 days from now.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Yeah, thank God for that, Easel Games. Can I get an amen on screw publishers? Just across the board, really. Okay, I want you to know that I just read that. I've heard your voice, Valerian, so I just want you to know I just heard that in your voice. Now, I can't emulate your voice, but I'm just completely straight-faced. But lore, without publishers, who would be blood-sucking ticks who profit off the hard work of others? Yeah, I haven't figured out Turbo yet. Oh, there it is. It's start. Yes? Can I help you? What do you want? 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 This is Turbo, by the way. Yeah, I'm playing with a controller. Controlling with the mouse is kind of strange. I might rebind that. That's a weird button to have that on. Like, it's I have to hold it down, and holding down start is kind of weird. It only let me go up to 6 times. I actually just checked, even. I was doing the rebinding earlier. Well, enemies also don't respawn until you reload an area. Notice there are no enemies here now. I would say Franco-Polish War for Hexia. Oh yeah, retry offset. We'll talk about that later when I invariably end up dying to something. Wow, we have it turned down really far. Sorry, just noticed that. Okay, wrong buttons. All the wrong buttons. Here we go. No? There we go. Yep, I'm good. Yeah, sorry, I should have clarified. At this point, I'm not super familiar with the series after this point. Last game we had with a frickin' retry was Mystic Quest. Hmm. 1 second, please. Hi, President Clamp. Yeah, I heard. I do find it funny. I do have a walkthrough to help me with a few tidbits to make sure I don't miss stuff. And I find it funny that one of the recommendations is make sure you fight all the enemies at least once. And it's like, yeah. Anyways. Fast forward, right? Yeah, this is one of the ones you linked. No, I know. It makes sense. It's just funny. There we go. So I'm going to do something really quick here. Quit the game. Then it'll launch the game, and hopefully it'll actually work. Find out in a second. Yes, cat, I know. We didn't run into a grind wall last time we played. We ran into a boring. Things were just taking forever. And honestly, combat was not engaging at a certain point. Like, it starts off fine, as most JRPGs do. But, like, you need to add more to do in combat, right? Like, I actually have deliberately compared this game to Kingdom Hearts 1. Because in Kingdom Hearts 1, the combat at the very beginning of the game, just, there's not much there. You can jump and you can swing, and that's basically it. There's a couple of ways you can interact with those two, but that's kind of that. You need to have the additional kit. You need more tools, more options, more spells, more mechanisms, more functions, more combos. You can block, you can spell with reflect, you can dodge. All that stuff is stuff that makes the combat interesting, but it gets added over time. This specific game has a bit of an issue with that. So there's turbo mode. So let's put this over here. That feels like a better option for that. Bragwin would be the only mod who'd be watching this from. I know Rax is going to be avoiding it. Also, only 7% of players have 3,000 of each septith. That's funny. I don't even have that. I cheated for that. It's Lava Dude arguing with stuff again. Hang on. That sounds like a yes. Anyways. So was Lava Dude. Oh, that's weird. There's like labels? Oh, those are the exits. That's labeling the exit and where it is relative to you. That's kind of cool. And I kind of like the mini-map. I was going to jot that down too. Sorry for all the old tabbing I'm doing here. Mini-map is fine. Map is fine. Labels are fine. I mean, we were talking about this recently with Planescape Torment, honestly. Console games in general had to develop quality of life features before PC games did. Because they had to. It was that, or they could just be stuck in bad control land forever. PC developers, honestly, I don't want to say they got lazy. That sounds insulting. But you know what I mean, right? Like, PC developers didn't need to develop quality of life features, and so kind of didn't for a really long time, with a few exceptions. There's a reason why, honestly, the earliest times I would say PC games really started having legitimate quality of life features around 2010. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. By contrast, I can name, you know, NES and SNES games that have quality of life features. Luscious chocolate skin, captivating ruby eyes. I actually got drinking with Cheryl's up front. The strange thing is I have no memory of that time. That's... Alright. You doing the editing pass now, Mr. Red? Oh, I assume. Excuse me. Oh god, yes I do, Rasalisu. Even good PC games tended to have this kind of issue. Yeah. I think, well, I don't know. I can only speculate in a vacuum. But it does feel like a lot of console developers, AAA, excuse me, have just kind of walked away from... I hate this phrase, but I don't have a better phrase for it. A lot of developers seem to have walked away from best practices. You know what I mean? I hate the term best practices, but it's a term for a reason, despite how much middle managers misuse it. Like, we have decades of gameplay design concepts. There's really not a lot of excuse for some of the nonsense we get up to nowadays. And by we, I mean AAA developers. I'm saving up, by the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing there. Yeah, optimization is just something that people aren't even doing anymore. Except in a few rare cases. This is absolutely not a franchise run. I actually sat down and calculated it. This would be a 4-month run if we hit the franchise right now. Now, I love you guys, but I don't hate myself that much. That's just attack. That's way easier. Yeah, this is the 3 Sky games, is what we're getting over the next month or so. Yeah, it's merely a month of effectively 1 game. Or I guess 2. Turbo! Whoops, I didn't mean to do that at all. So that's kind of strange. So there's memory in terms of this menu, but not memory in terms of this menu. That's really weird. Speaking of quality of life features. So, like, it didn't save I was in Soul Blur. It defaulted to the top.
Alright, we're good to go.
I have a friend of mine who owns most of this franchise up to Cold Steel. And has a vested interest in playing it and has yet to do so. Can anyone guess why? Cloud saves, I can see that. Yeah, time. You hit it. You hit it in 1. It's time. The time commitment is so bonkers. Yes, there's a low health music.
Alright, we're good to go.
Not a thing remains in the chest except a lonely, dead spider. Kill it! I'm not saying it's a negative, really. You know me, what you do with your time is way more important than the time itself. But I understand where he's coming from, because it's just... It's, I hate to use this word, it's intimidating. You sit down and you think, alright, I'm gonna go ahead and play this game, and then you think, oh god, it's gonna take me weeks to get through it. And it just kind of... If I can use an old parallel, which I think some of you may or may not actually appreciate or understand. Morrowind. Hi, Lucas Slaughter. Now, I know what you're thinking. What does that have to do with anything? Hear me out for a second. I actually know several people who popped into Morrowind for the very first time and got completely overwhelmed with how many things they could do, and just kind of walked away from it. We're like, It's a form of choice paralysis, but it ultimately boils down to just being intimidated by something, especially when it's still an unknown. For all, you don't know if these are good games or not. Someone could tell you they're good games, but you don't know that. People's opinions vary, and honestly, we tend to be, as a species, suspicious of people who tell us something's good, or conversely bad. That's what pendulum effect is. That's also another thing. The franchise is still going, and one of the big selling points is that it's fully connected, which means you're getting involved in a franchise that is still going, and is going to be, honestly, probably years for like a normal casual playthrough. I mentioned 4 months to get through the franchise. That's if I just sit here and play for about 9 hours a day, 7 days a week. Most people can't do that. Never mind, will do that. Would I say this game is beginner-friendly? Yes. That's an interesting question. What's the JRPG that opens with the most options at the beginning? That isn't 7th Saga. Ugh. 7th Saga. That's true, Dream Whisperer. I have to up my estimate from 4 months to 4 months and a week. Well, I wouldn't recommend this as a first JRPG. That'd be Final Fantasy IV on the PC. Or the Pixel Remaster. Once again, Final Fantasy IV. But, like, beginner-friendly, there's no real barrier to entry here other than the fact that you know you're getting in for a chonker, and then, honestly, that's whatever. Oh, that's true. This is PC only. I actually forgot about that. Although in about 3 days, that's not going to be true, kind of, technically. Really, Diligent Dodo? Why do you say that? I mean, if you can get a hold of a PSP copy, go for it. Okay. Listen, nobody needs to preserve games. Like, listen, we are firmly in favor of preserving history. But not video games, because video games are uncultured toys for babies and don't actually count. I am not really exaggerating. I've actually heard that opinion before. It's one of those dismissive things, you know what I mean? This doesn't deserve to be counted because it's not relevant. Nobody cares if you keep historical records of cartoons, because cartoons are just for kids. Right? They don't matter. There's no culture to a cartoon, right? Anybody with a functioning brain can tell you how stupid that statement is, but that is the attitude. Now, the good news is we've been getting slowly away from that over time. Inch by bloody inch. Oh, I still need some water? Ah. Yeah, exactly, Jim Whisperer. I do have enough for this. Let's go and get another attack. Oh, you can't have duplicates. Interesting. Put that in instead then. There's 2 food glitches. I do love food glitches. But no. If we're gonna go ahead and glitch food, then we might as well just cheat at that point. We're not at that point yet. Oops. The system. I just put it on autopilot here. I just keep defaulting to the isometric thing. I know that's not literally isometric, sorry. Why does it keep defaulting to this? I actually don't know what my cheats are either, to be completely honest with you. I haven't looked at them yet. It's a bit of a hubris thing, but I'm doing it on purpose. I figure if I don't look at the cheats, then maybe I won't need them. This chest is empty. I wonder who fought this. Ice cream, get your ice cream. Looks like come all the way to Esmelis Tower. Seen a sign on the trail. Do you think they wanted inside? It's quite likely that's the case. Let's go in. Looks like we'll need to hurry. Right. It's dark in here. I'm scared. Quit being a baby. Only on the first floor of this place. Did you hear that? It really did come in here. Estelle, you alright? No! Ah! If you can hear me, answer me now! Brats, they pretend they can't hear me. I'd have climbed up to the second floor. Let's try and see if we can find them. Nah, just being brats. are we gonna do? Somebody help! Idiot kids. Shoo, 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 leave us alone. Still, what are you doing here? Joshua, you're here too. Get back, these monsters aren't playing around. Mini-boss, technically. Because we have NPCs to save. Once an NPC's HP reaches 0, it is game over. Right. So we're just gonna speed through this.
Alright, we're good to go.
Don't have water, Sepith. Looks like that's that. I'm glad everyone's safe too. By the way, that was great timing the way you blitzed those monsters. Really think so? Is it safe now? Yeah, this is all in-game music. Oh man, that was awesome. You really showed them, Estelle. Not bad for a girl. You little twerp. Oh, that hurts. What are you trying to do that to me for? What's wrong with you? You even dragged poor Pat all the way up here against his will. It's time to think about what you did today. Ow, you hurt me. Stop it. I said stop it, you violent she-devil. This is the thanks I get for saving her neck, huh? Looks like it's time to give you some of my special discipline. Oh, alright, I'm sorry. Everything was my fault. Estelle? Shouldn't we forgive each other like they teach in school? No. Brat doesn't need forgiveness. A little discipline should do the trick. Estelle, behind you. It's something with teeth, isn't it? Ice monster? I can make it in time. Hi, Dad. You still lack skill and understanding, Estelle. You must always prepare for unseen danger by sharpening your senses. Yeah, sure. 1 second. I do need to jot something down. That's part of what it means to be a bracer. Dad? What are you doing here? Happen to be in town. I heard the whole story from Aina. I'll give you points for your quick thinking and taking action to come to the total, but you failed to follow through completely. I really messed up, didn't I? It's a good thing you showed up when you did. I'm sorry. Should have been watching your back. That just means you have room for improvement. Constantly working to overcome your weak spots is key. Understood. It's time we head home, everyone. Can you boys walk? I think so. That was incredible, Mr. Bright. You were like a gazillion more times more awesome than Estelle. Of course it was. I'm her father. Right. Who's the glory hog now? I mean, I guess I should be thankful for Dad seeing my behind, but why does he have to go and take all the credit like that? Really chaps my hide. That's just the way he is. After all, he is a himbo. What's... Oh, God. Who voices Kronk in Emperor's New Groove? It's, Wahlburn? No. Oh, God, I can't think of the actor's name. Anyways, whoever that is would be a perfect voice actor. Warburton. Warburton would be a perfect voice actor for Casius, I think. Seems like you've had quite a day. That's just unbelievable. The second we get back to Rolent, says, I'll leave reporting to you, and takes off. The sheer nerve. There's no need to make a mountain of a molehill. At least the boys came back safe and sound. Listen, we need more escort missions. And we got 3 BP for that, because we did the correct thing there. You did well for your first assignment. From the details of your report alone, I believe I can commend you for a job well done. You should be proud of yourselves. You think so? I know so. In fact, you'll do even better in your next job. If anything else comes up, I'd appreciate your help again. Sure. How about we head home? I guess we better. We've still got dinner to prepare. Kyle Hebert. I don't recognize that name. Hang on. Who's Kyle Hebert? What have you done? Apparently he's voiced Frieza in something. In a lot of things, I suppose. He's apparently the voice of Gohan. It's a lot of anime stuff. I'm not going to recognize any of this. I mean, lore shock. They picked an anime voice actor for this. He apparently voiced someone in Starfield. He is... Oh, okay, here we go. I actually do recognize that actor. He's the guy who plays Ryu in Modern Street Fighter. Yeah, I could see that. Or hear that, I suppose. He does a lot of anime. My God. Hey, PM Triox. Anyways, so a letter arrived for your father a little while ago. Unfortunately, he went straight home. I never got a chance to give it to him. Do you think he could deliver it instead? Or put some more work-related stuff? I imagine so. A letter appears to be from one of our foreign branches. One of the guild's foreign branches? I'm sure you already know by now. Liberal isn't the only country where the Bracers Guild exists. On top of that, your father is, well, he's kind of a hero. I mean, a big shot. God dang it. Hey, Joshua. You think I'm really cut out to be a bracer? You seem to have inherited your father's skill with the staff, and your nosy personality doesn't let you ignore someone in distress. Really? You think so? Why are you asking? Are you still thinking about what happened at the tower? Yeah, because of my careless, Luke almost got caught in the middle of a dangerous situation. If Dad hadn't come in when he did, he could have been seriously injured. I guess I'm just worried about whether or not I'll be able to stay on top of things in the future. That kind of talk doesn't sound like the Estelle I know. Huh? If we fail today, then all that's left to do is take our losses back after tomorrow, right? Overthinking and worrying about things that haven't happened yet is definitely not like you. Isn't being a bracer what you've always dreamed of? How can you expect to succeed if you let something like today discourage you? Ah, you're right. This isn't like me at all. I don't think a serious expression suits your face either. You laughing like a big ditz is far more natural for you. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I can see my angry expression, you keep it up. Okay, I admit that last comment is pushing things a bit. I'll overlook it this time, and thanks for cheering me up. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to get home and eat. My stomach just started growling like a bear. Maybe glutton is closer to the mark than ditz. Stop putting me in this camera angle. Nice house, speaking of which. Of course, Casius probably brings in the dough. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Aunt Eddie. Yes, I know Dad defeated the Demon Lord. Yes, I know he saved the country. Twice. We're home, Dad, after 2 nights of sleeping. We finished reporting to the guild like you told us to. Good work, kids. Details of your report will be reviewed after each branch and will affect your pay and rank advancement in the future. Please make sure you always remember to do it. Don't worry, we will. And why can't you be like Dad? There's a letter for you at the guild, and here's your newspaper. A letter? For me? I'm gonna start getting cleaned up and start dinner. Oh, and Dad, Thanks for coming in when you did. You really helped out back there. I see you're being gracious today. Papa's happy. How delightful my daughter has finally understood what a great man her father truly is. There's no need to hold back. Come jump into your father's loving arms. In your dreams. I swear the men in this house have one thing in common. They never know when to shut up. I guess she's not as depressed as I thought she'd be. Should I be thanking you, Joshua? I didn't do much. I just gave her a push in the right direction. Estelle's a resilient girl to begin with. Yes, she is, but she still has a long way to go. She'll run into more than just a few stumbling blocks at this line of work. And overcoming those obstacles is what it will teach her to stand on her own 2 feet. There's that soft side of yours talking again. Oh no, are eggs supposed to explode like that? I guess I shouldn't have gone expect to make a perfect meal in a single try. No, wait, cooking's supposed to be about passion! Exploding eggs are passionate, right? My daughter of mine can sometimes be a little bit too passionate. I think I'll help with dinner. We don't want the curtains to catch fire again. Again? Alright then, let's see what the letter's about, shall we? So, all the way back in the day, there's a book called The Hobbit. It was mostly intended as a not super serious pseudo-kid story thing, and frankly, a lot of other people could tell you more about it than I could. That's not relevant. What is relevant is that Tolkien realized extremely early in his outlining of the book that Gandalf could solve every problem in every scene. So he was like, okay. And so he went out of his way to remove Gandalf from the narrative relatively early on. Now, obviously this is not the first example of this, but a lot of writers trace back this concept of removing the solution. Yeah, removing the wizard problem from the situation as a major plot point, and have used that in years and years and years of fiction ever since. So we keep talking about how ridiculously badass Casius, right? Casius is. So we need to get Casius out of here. Which means he just got a letter from the Erebonian Empire. This is fries. The new dish is what I call Estelle's Eggsplosion over rice. Be sure to savor every last morsel. I will. Your cooking this evening is excellent. My compliments to the chef. It's raw talent at its best. Today certainly has been busy, but great day nonetheless. We qualified as junior bracers. I don't know why I said that so weird. Had our first real assignment, and I didn't even lose my eyebrows making dinner this time. Not to mention the food being delicious. For a first attempt, this dish is quite edible. At first I thought I might have to pitch it out the window when you weren't looking, but it seems that technique won't be necessary tonight. Sometimes you're just so despicably rude. But you know how to be humble and just say something tastes nice. Alright, then how about this? Boy, I never thought I'd be able to eat something wonderful like this before I had to leave on business. You made a splendid meal, Estelle. Thanks, Dad. Wait, business? Are you really leaving again? Yes, something unexpected came up. This time I'm going to be going away for a while. Most of the game, actually. Hold on a minute. You're leaving? When? Tomorrow morning. What? I don't care what kind of job you're doing. That's just too soon. It's about the letter, isn't it? Was there some sort of incident? Oh, it's nothing like that. It's a simple investigation. I'll have to visit a number of places, so it'll take me a solid month before I'm through. That being the case, please take good care of the house while I'm away. What do you mean, that being the case? You always use some vague excuse like that. Take off for who knows how long. Good morning, Star Wars. We have to accept it, Estelle. A bracer's job is to help those who come to us for help. I know, but what are you going to do about all your jobs here at the Rolent branch? You've already accepted a few, haven't you? Only about 5 or 6. I was thinking, and how about the both of you handle them for me instead? What? You really ask us to do the work you're supposed to be doing? I am. I'll have to do the ones which I think you can accomplish. I'll ask Sherazad to handle the difficult ones. So what do you say? Sure. You okay with doing this too, right, Joshua? Yeah, no problem. Looks like a good way to get some experience. Yes, pa. I'll stop at the guild, let Aina know about the change in plan before I go. Alright. I'm beginning to feel more determined than ever. We'll have to bust our tails with these jobs so we don't tarnish your name while we're gone. Oh, Estelle, my beloved daughter. Papa is proud. Dear Lena, who art in heaven, can you see your daughter now? Our little Estelle's grown up to be such a lovely young woman. Face it, Dad, you're getting old. Isn't he in his 20s? Like late 20s, but still. Dad, you're getting old. If people lose their trust in you at this age, you might as well throw in the towel forever.
I'm only helping you out because I'm your daughter. I have a duty to pay you back for the last 16 years. I'm only... Okay, he's 45. He does not look... He's older than I am! Bull crap, game! What's more, I'm very likely the most active member of the entire guild. Bad for nerve comedians. By the way, Dad, which flight will be on tomorrow? The one headed for Gransel or the one headed for Bose? I'll be on the one for Gransel. My flight departs at 10 in the morning. I guess I'll have to get up a little earlier tomorrow. Better set up my alarm clock, just in case. Seriously, this dude... Then again, Shinjo, you know, the main villain of Persona 5, is in his 50s. In fact, actually, just to really make that clear, Oshido, whatever his goddamn name is, I don't care. But I'm going to call him Shinjo from now on out of spite. See this guy? This guy's in his 50s. Look at this. Look at this for a second. This dude is in his 50s. I forget the exact age. I'd have to look it up. Ugh. Anyways. Dad? You still awake, Joshua? Better hold off on the liquor or Estelle will get mad again. That's just my way of lifting my spirits before I travel. How about yourself? Would you like to join me for a drink? He works out. I'll pass. Actually, what I should be saying is don't offer alcohol to minors. Not like Shira, who would jump at a chance to enjoy a drink or 10. That's because she holds her liquor better than I do. Something really serious happening, isn't there? There's no conclusive evidence, but there appears to be some sort of movement within the Empire. No! There's nothing happening in Cold Steel right now. Don't worry about it. Reen's got it anyways. It's fine. It's fine. Erebonian Empire. That sounds pretty suspicious. This moment doesn't appear to be overt, but that's what has me worried. I tend to do a little probing at the Erebonian embassy to see what turns up. Understood. I'll make sure to look after Estelle while you're gone. Don't spoil that girl, you hear me? She's become a bracer. She needs to look after herself. Estelle will be fine. She's got good instincts, and despite being a little rough around the edges, she has a talent with the staff. There's no doubt in my mind she'll be a first-class bracer someday. Yet at present, she's like a babe in the arms of... in arms who knows nothing about the realities of the world around her. The reality. Look, it's fine. It's fine, Tara. At some point in time. Reen's father's got this. At some point in time, she'll have to choose which path to follow in life. Joshua, the same thing can be said for you, too. If Reen is 16, then he's actually the same age as Estelle. It's actually funny. I don't know how old Reen is in Cold Steel 1. Oh, because I'm not actually 100% sure when that happened. Oh my god. Relative to everything else. Okay, so Cold Steel is a little after this. I was wondering. It's already been 5 years since he became part of the family, hasn't it? How does time fly? Yeah. Sure does seem that way. About what you said back then. You sure you won't reconsider taking those words back? Me keeping my word is what defines who I am. I can't do something as simple as that. I don't know how I could live with myself. Valerian's got a good point. Which is doubly funny if you know anything about Reen throughout the course of that series. I know this may sound stubborn, but I can't take back what I said. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. But I'd like you to remember this. No matter what path you choose in life, you can't erase these past 5 years. Estelle and I will always be your family. No matter what may befall you. Thanks, Dad. Prologue. I'd say that's pretty definitively the end of the intro. Tutorial dungeon, lots of setup and character scenes. A little bit of a hint of the plot. The plot of this game, anyways. Some world building. And, of course, the actual first dungeon and first pseudo-boss. I hope that's a fake headline, Valerian.
But still, don't do anything I wouldn't do myself. I'm trying to be a handful for Joshua either. The umpteenth time I heard you already. I'm trying to go overboard with yourself getting work. You're not getting younger, you know? Do what you will. I'm not about to be overtaken by any youngsters. Shirazad, I'm really sorry about placing all this work on your shoulders last minute. Yeah, how old do you think she is, by the way? Any guesses? Because it's one of two, right? She's either turbo young or she's turbo old, and those are your options. I'm slightly concerned, however, about whether or not I can do a decent job in your place. I need to be humble, Silverstreak. I don't mean to make your life any more difficult, but please keep an eye on these two. You just leave that to me. It's tightening up the reins and not spoiling these two fine with you. You definitely understand the way I think. What's all this about? Looks like a mutual understanding between master and pupil. Departing shortly. All passengers, please depart the airship. Oh, better take my seat. Have a great trip, Dad. We'll see. Take care of everything while you're gone. Yeah, young 20s. Exactly. I wasn't sure of the exact number. Let me double check something really quick here. Just making sure this doesn't actually change anything about BP, because some of these BP things are dumb. Okay, ham. Don't forget to bring back a souvenir. A little fancy something would be nice. Hey, now it's a trip for business, not pleasure. Do I have any money left over? I'll certainly think about it, though. Aren't you rich? Like, not billionaire, but, you know, you're well off, dude. I've seen your house. I mean, they couldn't possibly kill off one of the biggest badasses around to establish the villain. That's definitely not something that has a time-honored tradition going back decades. He's gone. Again. Yeah. Come on, you two. No need to look down. Your father will be back in no time. He totally does, Twisted. I don't know what kind of investigation he's been asked to do, but when it comes to your father, he'll have it done before you know it. Not said he's gone. He's always been away more than he's been at home. Alright. I'm gonna do work. Bye. I'm gonna try to finish a few jobs. See what we're capable of. Alright. I went with Joshua tagline. There's nothing to be worried about. Don't worry, there's no villains to establish in this game. So what do you want to do now? Shall we stop by the guild? Yeah, but can we, like, hit the bakery first? Okay, whatever. It's just a thought. We can get some croissants. Wait, we live in the United States. What do Americans eat for breakfast? Got it. We can get some candy bars wrapped in flour. Oh yeah, bacon. Flour, bacon, and candy. Let's do it. Oh yeah, cheese! There you go. Candy bar, cheese. Someone take notes. We need to make this a thing now. Whoops, whoops. Okay, so. So I will take both of these. Eggs and guns. I can't joke about guns anymore. That's stopped being funny. Total of 3 jobs I have lined up for you. The first one, I'd like you to head out to the farm west of here. Is that where Tia lives? I think I heard that name somewhere. Yeah, Tia Purzel. She was one of our classmates at Sunday school. She's also the Purzel farm owner's daughter. It's actually the Purzel farm that put in a request to have someone exterminate some modders. I mean, it's never been funny, honestly. We joke about it because it's horrifying. That's what we do. I have nieces who go to school every day. Most people don't. Some people understand what that fear feels like. That's how I'm going to phrase that. Did I ever get enough? Nope, I still only have 20 water. Meh. Breakfast is what you eat when you wake up so you don't get the shakes by lunch. Yeah, no, I don't have a non-preachy way to say this, Mook. And I don't mean this towards you, but, like, that's the problem, right? The fact that it is so incredibly normalized, and has been for years, is the problem. Oh, excuse me, can I ask you something? You didn't see a shiny rock around here, did you? Oh, shiny rock. Yeah, one that sparkles. You didn't see it lying around, did you? You saying you lost something? I don't recall seeing something like that. Do you know where you might have dropped it? Mom was calling me, so I went over to the General Goods store. I know I had it in my hand here, but when I came back here, it was gone. You say General Goods store, you mean Mr. Renan's store, right? Do you look in front of his store? Obviously, it's the first place I looked. You didn't treat me like a kid, you know. Mind you, a charmer. I already asked the Bracer Guild to help me find it, so I'm sure it'll show up sooner or later. If you do happen to come across it, I'll give a holler straight away. Yeah, you ever want to know, well, one of the reasons this country is so pig-headed about gun control? The NRA exists and has tons of money. That's it. Is there something shining through the sewer grate? You're right. Looks like something must have fallen through. The sewers? Tell me, forgot about the sewers already. You know, the smelly monster infested place we were in yesterday. All right, those sewers. I do love me some poo gas.
Good to go.
While we're on topic, I've been sincerely debating not doing Polemic Day this year. Like, this year sucked. Politically. Polemically. This year has sucked. And I don't have a nice way to say that.
That's that then. Let's move out.
I've been debating just doing a QA stream. It has, so one of my friends, I've actually already talked about this to my friends, and they said, I think a lot of people would be sad if you didn't do it. And I was like, I mean, and then one of the people suggested, why don't you just do a Q&A stream? Just, you know, a normal Q&A. I mean, honestly, frankly, most of our polemic days tend to be just regular Q&A streams anyways. It'll be great. We can talk about the Borg. Everyone likes talking about the Borg, right? It's a joke. Please don't do that.
We're good to go.
It's true. Everyone likes to ask my religious views, and every single year I say nope. No normal person would have stayed in the sewers longer than they had to. Yeah, Estelle. Is there a run? Actually, a good question. There is. And there's a flicker. Not too bad. I mean, I like Babylon 5 a lot. But if you ask me to give up all of Star Trek versus Babylon 5, there's no contest there. That's 5 shows worth of content, plus some amazing movies, versus one show. Like, pound for pound, there's no choice there, right? Sorry. And I love Bab 5. Maybe this is the rock you were looking for? Here you go. Yeah, I do think, like, say, Season 2 and 3 of Babylon 5 is legit. He's just a kid. I know that, but this quartz is what you were looking for, right? Yeah, that's the one. This rock is really quartz. You mean the same kind of quartz that's an ornament? Yep. Star Wars or Star Trek? What's wrong? You seem a bit out of it. Ooh, me? Oh, it's nothing. I'm glad you found it. I guess that's about it then. Bye. Oh, that reminds me. I almost forgot. Here, take these. Drill meatballs. What makes them drill meatballs? Why was he searching for a quartz? True words never spoken. That's what's so interesting about these overly complex gadgets. My brain goes numb thinking about them, except for the fact you have to get used to them sooner or later. You won't be able to fulfill your job if you can't use magic. Alright. They drill through your stomach. I will eat one of these. And learn the recipe for it. Yeah, Star Wars has Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, A New Hope, Episode 3, TIE Fighter, Jedi Fallen Order, possibly Jedi Survivor, I haven't played that one yet, KOTOR 1 for all its flaws, KOTOR 2 for all its flaws, Clone Wars Season, say, 3 and onwards, Rebels, it's about 50% there, I feel like I'm missing stuff. Andor. There's a lot of Drek in Star Wars. Oh yeah, and a bunch of great books. There's a lot of Drek in Star Wars. But again, pound for pound, no, I'm not losing any of that for Bab 5. A better question is what PM Triox just said. Like, what would be something I'd let go of? Just allow it to be Thanos out of existence for Babylon 5. I'd have to think about that. Kevin Sorbo. Done. Kill something while we're here.
We're good to go.
Yeah, Rebels Season 1, honestly, I would suggest just straight up skipping. Like, there's some character establishment stuff, but nothing you really need to see. You can pick up what you need to.
problem with Rebel Season 1 is that it's a kids show. I know what you're thinking. Don't you like kids shows? No, I like good shows. Well. Oh, she's dead. Alright, whatever.
That's that then. Let's move out.
I mean, there's worse than Sorbo, because all these kind of things are gradients. But Sorbo's not a great person. That's it. She did not receive experience. No, I didn't even see that. I literally didn't see that. You know, there's actually a pretty old rule of game design, especially in RPGs. It's a rule most people don't even think about. Roads equal safe. Food for thought. Remind me what neck acting is, PM Triox. Yes, hi. I'd like to buy both of these. RPGs that actually handle the nature of it well. Let's just Planescape Torment, but that's not really what you're asking. Off the top of my head, no. Most RPGs don't even acknowledge the relevance or significance of, for lack of a better way to put it, gameplay on economics. So, yeah, I'm going to stick with no. It's actually irritating. I just realized I lost all my CP. I'm actually debating doing exactly that, Easel, because, yeah. There's actually something specific I've been saving my CP for. So that would have been somewhere around here. Weird, PM Tracks. I don't remember that. I probably, if I saw it, I'd probably recognize what you're talking about. Let's just go back here. It's probably far enough back. Nope. Wow. Do I not have one far enough back? There we go. Now we've got one far enough back. Yeah, in Fable 3, you become a villain. Just call that what that is. Oh, the reason I brought up the road thing. Enemies like to spawn in the middle of paths. I kind of get why they do that, but that is sort of contradictory to what you expect from such a situation. You know what? I wasn't even trying to fight you, so whatever. For Christ's sakes. So I started walking on the edge of the path, thinking that would be the safe area. I give up. I'm not even fast forwarding, which I can do, as demonstrated. Nowhere is safe. You'll all be destroyed. Yeah, the first season's fine, is what I would call the first season of Andromeda. Second season is not, and it goes down from there. Fun fact, my very first exposure to Andromeda was with the Magog system planet ship thing. Which, let me tell you, if there's one thing to make me immediately de-invested in your fictional work, it's finding out that the villains have a ship that's made up of multiple planets. I think it was actually powered by a sun, yeah. If I'm remembering correctly. If you don't believe me, look it up, Kennex. There's pictures, because they rendered this thing. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just 100%ing this to make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, so how many of you have ever played basically any Dragon Quest game? I believe 4? No. I don't know when. At some point in time, they came up with this thing
in Dragon Quest. It's called the Metal Slime. It's actually a concept, although obviously the original Metal Slime was in fact a slime that was metal. The Metal Slime has an extremely high defense, extremely high evasion, very high stats in general, actually. Very, very low HP, like 5 HP. And it drops a silly amount of resources. I use the term resources loosely because the concept of the Metal Slime varies from game to game. So sometimes it's experience, sometimes it's gold, job points, sepith in this game. Stuff like that, right? That's the concept of the Metal Slime. It's the super difficult thing. Yeah, Cactuars and FF is another good example of this. It's the super difficult thing. And, it's very lucrative. Okay. There it is.
Let's do this!
Yeah, Lufia 2 had enemies like this. It's a really common concept. These things are one step away from being immune to everything I do. This is why I've been saving CP right here. So I could kill one shiny palm. Oh yeah, they also tend to flee. So I was only 100 experience, which isn't actually that much. But that was still enough for a level. It was also 20 of every sepith. And we got a Crest Charm. Nice. Come on, there we go. Prevent sleep and faint. Sorry, so since you're gonna go through... If you're gonna go through Dragon Quest 1 through 3, Zara, start with 3. 3, 1, 2. Now, we actually no longer have the ability to keep killing those shiny palms, because we just bled out our CP. But we did get one chunk there, which is kind of what I was after. Let's open up a slot for Joshua. There we go. And yeah, we need more water. You think that's bad, Dream Whisperer? In Earthbound, they're called psi points, which they put into an acronym. I don't actually understand your questions are, but there's nothing wrong with playing the remakes, if that's what you're saying. At least of 3. The 1 and 2 remakes aren't even out yet. I have no idea Easel games. There's actually quite a few versions of 3. But to be clear, I am speaking of the remake. The recent remake. I was born in 1982, Star Wars. I'll take it as a compliment, though. I've been told by many people I don't look nearly as old as I am. Yes! I remember Czechoslovakia. Five of you are going to get that.
I don't remember East Germany, but I do remember the wall coming down. It was on every station. You couldn't get away from it. You just turn on the TV and someone was covering it. Sorry, the rave scene. I actually have been to a rave. It was pretty headache-inducing. As with most of those kind of large, concerty kind of affairs, the quality of it depended entirely on the people who were actually there. For the most part, the couple I went to were just people who liked zoning out to the music. Oh, O.J. Simpson. I admit I don't have any particularly strong memories about Apollo 13, or 14, or 18, or 97, or whatever it was. And Challenger was before my time.
We rule.
So I was pretty young when the wall came down, Chubbs. But the distinction, it's something I've told everybody for years, is that what I remember most is that even as a child, I could tell how big of a deal it was. Just the nature of how people were talking about it and how people were reacting to it. Even without context, I could tell this was considered a really big deal.
Let's move out.
Oh god, could you imagine, Easel? That's an interesting question. I wonder how people think of the wall coming down in Germany. I'll have to ask von Falkenstein about that sometime. Or Echt, if they ever show up. That's just one. We'll just push through that.
Alright, we're good to go.
I don't know about Duval, but when my father-in-law was heading to Germany for his big trip last month, I was asking, so, where's a good place to check out? And they're like, well, where's he at? And I gave some cities, and they're like, oh, well, we don't go that far west in Germany. It's like, okay. Oh. It's Verizon. Verizon is so amazing. Almost as good as Comcast.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Well, there's the farm. Yeah, I love how the game thinks I'm high level for this section. Oh man, the adoption of the euro. I actually remember when people were trying to push the euro, and the general, like, populist reaction to that was, you're insane. Like, it was actually a joke for a little while there. Like, wants to adopt the euro? What? It's hard to imagine monsters running amok here. Don't sense anything out of the ordinary. Let's go ask someone to fill us in on the details. What if Tio's home today? Fun fact, the coin that I flip is in fact a $1 coin. It's pretty old. I've had it for a hot minute. Yeah, I was wondering what, like, controls click those. Oh, hey, there's our shining palm. It is assuredly worth more than $1. Okay, so that's that. That's the recipe thing. And that's the... Okay. That's just that. Okay, cool. Yeah, when are you gonna top the euro? Sorry, I was just reading. There's a lot of detail here on min-maxing your character at this point. It's like, I don't think I'm going to do all of that, if that's cool with you guys. I'm not here to min-max. Eggs! Give me my eggs! Give me my eggs! Give me my eggs! Yeah, give me my eggs! Yeah. Sorry, what? Yeah, I think one of you said it this morning in Discord. If I really wanted to min-max, honestly, I'd just cheat. It's going to be quicker and easier, and it's going to be the same result anyways. Honestly, I'm not going to even throw up the cheat flag if I do that. Depending on what cheats I have access to. Just, I have access to, like, as of this exact second in time, I have access to a shiny palm and infinite money. I could just sit here for a few hours and be good to go for the rest of the game if I really cared. Hi, Cher. How have you been? Do you know where your mom and dad are? They're not home right now. Tio's outside. Okay. I'm still gonna glance at it. And it's helpful for when I need to talk to one specific NPC, which tends to be a problem in a lot of games, especially 2004 games. Yeah, by the way, this game came out in 2004. Just think about that for a second. I know the version we're playing didn't, but... I made the comment, and I didn't intend it as an insult, that this game feels very RPG Maker. To explain what I mean by that a little bit, there's plenty you can do with RPG Maker to improve the gameplay side. We've seen that over the years. But at the end of the day, RPG Maker really is there for you to be able to, you know, make a story that happens to have a game attached to it, right? And that is definitely how this first game felt to me. A story that happened to have a game attached to that. I will be curious if how that feeling persists as we go forwards. More eggs, yeah, give me the eggs, give me the eggs. Where the hell is this person? This would be a good time for the walkthrough. Where is this person? That's probably her, but I don't know how to reach her. And I can't jump. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I just have to go through the barn. Well, you see, Arisato, you gotta squeeze the eggs out. Hi, Tio. It's been a while, hasn't it? Estelle? Joshua, too? Did you guys come for a visit? Exactly. We're on bracer business. We heard you've been having some trouble with the monsters. Explain. Ah, you finished your training. That's wonderful news. Maybe we can help after all. So there really are monsters, huh? Regrettably, that's been the case for the past several days now, thanks to which I'm suffering a lack of sleep. So they only come out at night? You're very perceptive. Be better if you got all the details from my father, though. He'll be back from delivering milk and vegetables any time now. I've got an idea, Czar. Why don't we have a gun blade? Okay, fine. I'll go milk the cows. Fine. Give me your milk. Give me your milk. Oh, that's beef. Sorry. PSP and PC Frisco Born, and to my knowledge, that's it. Good afternoon. How's everyone getting on these days? Visiting Estelle and Joshua. Raising in the neck or the woods. You come to see Tio? Actually, just chatting with her outside. To tell you the truth, we're here on an errand for the Bracer Guild. Explain. Is that so? Don't you think this job's a little too dangerous for the two of you to handle? I agree. I'd feel terrible if one of you were to get hurt. Don't sweat it. We're bracers, after all. Taking care of monsters is right up our alley. Guild's even authorized us to carry out this task. If you wouldn't mind leaving it to us, we'd be more than grateful. All right, then. Go ahead and have at it. Thank you very much, Mr. Purcell. Tell us a little bit more of the monsters that have been wrecking your fields. I haven't been able to get a clear look at one, but they seem to resemble a chubby cat. 3 or 4 appear at night, raid our fields, gnaw on anything they can get their grub little paws on. Yeah, you. I know it's you, secretly raiding their poor farm. You monster. How could you? You get so many scritches for that. This is your punishment. Punish. We've tried many times to capture them over the course of the last several nights. Sounds like a pretty strange bunch of creatures, you ask me. Only appear under the cover at night. We'll have to wait for it to get dark. I've taken a load off till then. I assume you'll also be joining us for dinner, right? You just said the magic word. You bet I will. I'm a huge fan of your cooking, Mrs. Purcell. I can't wait. You sure know how to please a woman who spends a lot of time toiling in the kitchen. After that, I'll whip you up something special that'll live up to your expectations. Ooh. First, I gotta murder some things. Murder. Oh, that was delicious. Your mom's cooking is as good as ever, Tio. That's because she gets excited to cook when we have guests over for meals. They're really bad for Joshua, though. Little ones jumping all over him like that. It's probably a good thing. Surprisingly enough, kids tend to latch onto him a lot. If anything, I'm more blown away by the fact that children enjoy playing with such a stick in the mud. I think it's a bit of an over-exaggeration, don't you think? He's definitely courteous and maybe a tad reserved, but if you get to know him, he's really caring. The fact that he's not self-conscious about it gives him points in my book. You really think so? Think about it, with those striking facial features, mysterious amber eyes, lush black hair. It's only natural he'd be a target for all the young girls. Is Joshua really that popular? Are you blind, Estelle? Rumor has it more than a few girls have asked to go out with him. I hear he turned them all down, though. I had no idea. Joshua never said a word to me about. I shouldn't even begin to describe his secretive nature after hearing this, but how utterly cruel of him to not confide in me. If you were a boy, I imagine it'd be a different story, but as a girl, I don't think that's something he'd talk to you about. The fact that you haven't fallen for him yourself is beyond me. Okay, so there's a real-life psychological thing. I actually forget what it's called. It's when there's these two people who are not biologically related to each other in any way that matters, right? So they're not actually brother sister, and yet because they grew up together, or because they've connected in that way, or whatever, right? As a consequence of that, they mentally think of themselves as siblings. And as a consequence, there's this barrier there that more or less prevents them from being attracted to each other. This is a real concept that's actually been studied. I can't think of the name of it, forgive me. But I bring it up because apparently whoever wrote this game has never heard of that concept. Why would I? Why would I fall for him? Stella, you're in there, aren't you? It's about time we do our rounds. Alright, I'm coming. Yeah, we'll talk about romance whenever we get to Cold Seal. That girl, she's either completely out of touch with matters of the heart or just plain dense. Poor Joshua, he really has his work cut out for him. Seems as though monsters always show up at about this time. We better get outside and take a look around. Come on, Estelle. I gotta ask, Joshua, you don't happen to have any secrets you don't tell me about, do you? Come on now, where are you coming up with all this stuff? Since you live with us, you've always done everything together, right? Even though we've had our fair share of fights, they're all good memories for me now, and I've come to think of his family, and... I'm sorry. I'm just gonna spoil something. These two hook up, okay? Alright, now that you've got that in your mind, I'm gonna read this dialogue out loud here. What I mean to say is, I've come to think of you as family in every sense of the word. So if there's anything on your mind you'd like to talk about, I'm available to lend an ear. You know, about things like trouble with your love life. What are you trying to say? Nothing. I just want to let you know that I'm here to listen if you need someone to talk to. That's all. Let's hurry up and get out there so we can kick monster butt. And she runs away. What kind of nonsense is Teal putting on that girl's head? Secrets, huh? Don't worry, Joshua has no secrets. It's really dark out in the countryside. So, Joshua, hey, how do you think we should go about making the rounds? Let's see, how about we start by checking around the house first, and then move on to the fields, stables, and greenhouses. House, fields, stables, greenhouses. I mean, it's okay. In Xenoblade 2, a boy falls in love with a sword. Monster's here. Let's keep moving. Not as uncommon as you'd think. Kind of, yeah, Giga. Because, like, all of the weapons, all of the, oh god, I can't remember what they're called, are people in Xenoblade 2. Hey, Josh, I ever tell you that story as a kid? You know about that babies being born in a cabbage patch? He's just blades? I thought, never mind. That's another question entirely out of the blue. And no, I was told about the angel with silver wings who delivers them. Interesting. So the explanation for where babies come from differs depending on the region, huh? How about we get back to work? Yeah, no, I thought blades was like the common parlance of what we called them, not the in-universe term. I thought it was something like Monado, right? Not, you know, blades. Look, all I'm saying is don't look up the bunny blade. Just don't do it. Although, honestly, in several ways, Pyra is worse. This does not want to trigger. Wait, really, Czar? What's worse than the bunny blade? I've often used her as the worst example, the go for the jugular example. Oh, that sucks, Braven. Sorry. Whatever the problem is, I'm still sorry. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff here. Ah, there we go. Yes. Jesus Christ, this guide is level 9 by the time it does this. Or the greenhouse. Should have figured monsters wouldn't bother coming in here. The glow of the ornaments sure give this place a romantic ambiance. Makes me feel like it was all worthwhile just setting foot in here. You were definitely a ditz, Estelle. At least it's better than being dense like someone I know. They also love to really shove the camera in Pyra's boobs in Xenoblade 2. Like, seriously, it's a pretty frequent thing. It's getting away! Get back here, you little furball. I can still sense its presence. Where is it? Yeah, gotta have that ass shot. Very important. I actually remember when they very first announced Xenoblade 2. And the cinematic showing off Pyra legitimately made me laugh out loud. I'm pretty sure I was streaming it. And I burst out laughing. It was so overt. I had to laugh at it. What am I doing here? Around the cabbage patch and approach it from the east. Okay, I can do that. Apparently I cannot do that. Got him. Time to teach this critter a lesson. Here's where our job really starts, so stay alert, don't let your guard down. Cool. These mobs are actually named Crop Muncher. I just dropped my controller. Can't tell me about it, Dream Whisperer. Okay. Plain dead. Frickin' raccoons, am I right? I know it's crazy, Savacom, to consider that any JRPG might be horny. Yeah, when we get further into the series, we're gonna have to start giving negatives. No, seriously. For microtransactions. I don't even care that they're swimsuits. There's a lot. Some of the games are pretty monetized. That'll be variable, though, of course, dependent on the individual game.
That's that then.
Okay, you gotta clarify on that, Slaughter. You can't just drop something like that. What is the minigame that involves staring at women's breasts? My goodness, the work of a brace or something else. You kids have done a fine job rounding up these critters. There's nothing really. Wanted to ask you though, now they've been caught, what are you planning on doing with them? I mean, now that we've given these critters a good thrashing, I don't think they'll cause more trouble. Oh my god. It's a dating thing? Oh my god. Hang on, I'm going to stare at you and see what reaction I get. Look, breasts are awesome and all, but like a modicum of decorum. That's all I ask. Still, how's that going to benefit anyone if you show these creatures any mercy now? We're here to do a job. Like exterminating the monsters. But, in any case, we're here to do a job in Dad's place. If the same thing happens again, what will you say for yourself? I see what we're getting at, but... You know, it was only some vegetables that were damaged, so what do you think about letting it slide this time? You know, after taking a beating like that, I'm sure they learned their lesson. But in this case, I strongly suggest otherwise. I myself am against killing them too. Oh my god. But it's of use to them. The fact of the matter is, we're all living beings trying to survive on the same land. To some degree, I think we need to be mindful of those creatures living around us as we go about our daily lives. I know you may disagree with me, Joshua. Would you mind sparing the critters just this once? Understood. Since this is coming from the ones who suffer the loss, I won't object to your request. Do you mean block him or punch him, Kenningscow? Or both? I'll make sure to reinforce the defense and devise a way to prevent this from happening again. And that's that. Okay, alright, you critters. Better count your blessings. Catch you around here again, you won't be so lucky. I'll consider this matter closed. Tonight's been a long night. How about we go home and hit the sack? Hi, Evo. You just missed the boob talk because we just finished. Yeah, no, they're not nude. Nobody would actually have nudity in a game like this. Come on. Unless it's about purity, and that's not really nudity. That's the Barbie thing. Man, I'm beat. It's really late. How about we hit the sack? Joshua, what's wrong? Sorry, I made the situation really awkward for everyone. Talking about what happened back outside? Don't sweat it. I guarantee nobody thought of it. Your judgment was the most sound of anyone's. No, it wasn't. I'm just cold-hearted and indifferent, that's all. Even though I still think we shouldn't have showed mercy and just killed those creatures. Like you and Tio, I don't feel any compassion. It's times like this that I begin to loathe myself. It's almost as if there's something wrong with me as a person. Maybe some part of my heart is broken or something. If only you could mend my heart, person who I functionally think of as my sister. Joshua, don't you dare say things like that about yourself. Still, I've watched almost everything you've done for the past 5 years, and I'm confident saying I know your strengths and weaknesses better than anyone. Probably more than you yourself. I don't allow you to just disregard everything with a bunch of nonsense. I don't ever want to hear you say you're broken again. Okay, let me be more overt. These two are a romantic couple, Saudagon. I'm sorry, it was foolish of me to say that. As long as you understand what I said, that's what really matters. You know what? Believe it or not, I was happy to hear you admit how you felt. Why? Your real problem is that you're squall. I mean, you always try to keep your feelings locked up inside. Whenever you're troubled or worried, you just go around with this nonchalant look to fix everything by yourself. It's a little upsetting for someone who's supposed to be your family. Estelle, Joshua, you were able to lay bare your own weakness today. I'm sorry. Yes! You've learned to trust in someone other than yourself, and for that I'm happy. I know what your point is, but I'm amazed you can just stand there and say something as embarrassing as that. I got a whole lot more where that came from. Oh, what we call it a night. After all this endless running around, I'm ready to drop. Alright, good night, Estelle, and thanks. You're welcome, Joshua. Sleep tight. I don't like the character models, these sprites, put simply. I get what they were going for. They are... This sounds like an insult word, but I don't mean it as one. They are cheap. No, seriously, you look at that sprite, you know what you see? Something really, really easy to make, relatively speaking. They only really need, like, the 4 poses, and that's kind of it, right? And yeah, and they kind of copy-paste them quite a bit. And again, that's fine. I don't have anything really against that. That's why I said it's not an insult word. I talk constantly about how good management is what games should have. And it's pretty clear pretty early on that the people making these games were like, ugh. So, chopping corners where they can or where they should is probably the right call. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of the sprite work, but I'm not going to really ding the game past the obvious for it. So, I just want to try out this feature really quick. Okay. So we might actually be establishing a bit of precedence here with this game. We'll see. After we kill these mobs, die in a fight. I'm actually not sure what my back button is because of how strange this game's controls are. That's not me trying to be facetious. I'm legitimately not sure what the back button is. Ah! Zoop. Oh, it's the menu button. I was hitting that. I'll try another next dialogue. First, we gotta go heal. It's okay, there's a free heal in the sewers. Don't look at me that way, it's a free heal! No, I can feel the judgment. I can feel it. Ah! No. Yes, there. God, okay. Let's give him... Yeah, let's just give him my spare attack, I think. Honestly, she's kind of tanking it up. I'm gonna go ahead and give her the HP instead, I think. There it goes. Oh, shoot. I accept. Well, okay. Replace the orbit lights and road lamp 6 in the Milch West Road. Oh, my God. Listen, the hotel needs to fall apart, okay? They've been overcharging for years. I did not catch that. 54418, I think. Could someone write that down? 54418. Thank you. Okay, so I didn't even try to pick up that quest. It just happened on accident. Okay, what do we got here? Ooh, we can actually afford that. Let's do that. And that's it for the moment. I doubt I can get anything right now. Yeah, I still need frickin' water. No. There we go. We're at about 120, looks like, and 180-ish on the two of them. Yeah, wrong way. I think the brickwork is more interesting than the sprite work, and the doodads are decent for what they are. Like, let's just take a random chunk of screen here. This isn't bad, really. The grass is fine. The thick grass is fine. The bush placement is decent, and there's some variety to the bushes. Like, this is impressive for a PSP game, honestly. I'm not trying to overpraise, but it's better than I was expecting, which I suppose sounds like an insult. Yeah, in almost all of these games, towns are better doodadded than dungeon stuff. Like, the example I'll always point you for that is Suikoden. Suikoden actually has relatively decent town design, but you get to a dungeon and it's just an empty cave with zero doodadding. Just cave texture, and that's it. This is the road lamp. Fairly certain this is the right one, too. It says road lamp number 6. You're right, it does. Alright, then let's get to work and finish it. Unfortunately, it may not be that easy. What do you mean? Monsters! Flying cat creatures. You handle the monsters, Joshua. Even I could do something as simple as replacing an orbit. So the girl who glued her head to her hand once, but okay. Counting on you. Yeah, the textures are fairly low res, but again, this is a PSP game from 2004. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to be sick of the battle music by about Thursday, sorry. This is Tuesday.
Let's move out.
There's the first wave. How's it coming, Estelle? I'm entering the combination. I'm pretty sure the code was 544. 818? Oh no. Oh no. It was, okay, okay. Okay, there we go. Good, Arspruce. I might take out my headphones after a bit. I get all stressed out over this job. Considering the circumstances, it seems pretty reasonable to me. I think that surprises me most is you remember the combination. Want to know the truth? I actually just saw a jumble of numbers in my head, and the buttons I happened to press were the right ones. I should have figured. Here's something else. Anyway, job's done. Alright. Couldn't let me have that one game, could you? We did it! We have a few hang-ups. I thought we report to you as a matter of good measure. Report. It was really burnt out, huh? I'm sure it could happen because we were late to replace it. Sorry, kids. You were put in harm's way because of me. No need to apologize. Comes with the territory. Dealing with dangerous jobs is part of a bracer's work. I appreciate you saying that. Oh, I know. How about I give you this? Impede 2. Yep, it's a quartz. Thanks. We appreciate it. No, thanks to you. Yay. I mean, I think we might run into the Xenogears problem. There's a 30-hour game that has not a huge amount of variety to the songs, right? We'll see. Again, I'm not making any prejudgments. I'm just speaking from experience, really. That's all that boils down to. Hang on. There we go. No. We hit a few bumps in the road, but here's a report. Ooh. So you end up freeing the monsters because personal family requests you to do so. I think it's premature on their part, but I won't pursue the matter any further. Hi, Magister. Is it okay to leave things like that? The mission of the Bracers is to protect civilians and uphold justice. However, there's many ways we could do that. There are many forms of justice, as there are stars in the heavens. I don't know if I agree with that. Because we aren't an organization that deals strictly with monster problems, you also intervene with disputes that arise between nations. Being a high-ranking bracer, you must have more than combat strength. A well-honed mind and flexible problem-solving skills are also required. Serious? Throw it to the big league sounds a lot steeper than I originally thought. Well, your only choice is to devote yourself to working hard every day. Since you're both here, why don't you give me the details of your next job? I'm ready for anything. The next job will entail the transportation of goods. Your client is Mayor Kloss. Really, a request from the mayor? Do you think it'll be alright leaving such an important task to us? From what I've heard, it's a pretty simple job. In any case, speak with the mayor. You got it. So, I'd love for anybody who's beaten these games to push back against me on this, but the overall vibe I've gotten These games suck. Sorry. I shouldn't joke. I apologize. The overall vibe I've gotten, both from the one game that I've played and from the way everyone talks about it, the way the series progresses, is that the games are they're a typical JRPG with things that typical JRPGs don't have. Strong emphasis on continuity, actual consequence storytelling, legitimate changes to the status quo, right? Things legitimately change and move and grow in terms of characters and nations and technology and events as the game's going on. Where am I? This way. Yeah, the plot of this game, I'm not even sure when it starts. I'm going to be paying attention this time, because I remember it takes a while for the plot to actually start in this game. Like, we talk about, haha, we're still in the prologue, but no, like, this whole game is a prologue. It's a foreword. You think the mayor's even in today? Busy as he is, I'm sure there's plenty of good chance he's out. Bless my soul. Hi, Mayor Klaus. You're disturbing you, sir, but we've come on behalf of the Bracer Guild. Yeah, I heard from the guild to you be coming. So you're talking over your father's work was away, are you? Well, we're trying to, at least. Kinda, yeah, I played Turfall. I'm very sorry about Dad reneging on his promise. Yeah, no need to apologise. Knowing your father, it's typical for him to be swamped with work like this. Anyway, needed me wife out and about. I'd like to move this conversation elsewhere. Why don't we head upstairs? Yeah, this is ARR pre-patch. That's actually a good way to put that. What you think of that is... that's up to you. Truth, I don't think you'll find this request particularly difficult. It's for that reason I think I'm asking the guild to do this job maybe a bit presumptuous. Fortunately, I'm unable to get away from work. I had to take a break, and I had to break down and ask the guild for help. We're informed that this job involves transport of a certain something, but what does it want us to carry on? I'd like you to pick up the septium crystal from the Malga mine and deliver it here. Do you mean like Sepith? Accurately speaking, Sepith is fractured septium, which is too small to be used as precious stones. Therefore, this Sepith is refined and processed into quartz, which can be installed into ordnance. So that's the difference, huh? I've actually been able to obtain a certain kind of septium called Esmelis from the Malga mine since the olden days. However, since a large piece of this crystal was recently discovered, I've asked the mine chief to hold it open until someone can pick it up. So you'd like us to pick up the crystal from the mine and bring it here? Precisely. What do you think? That's prediction of personal jet, huh? A nice change from fighting monsters. Keep us on our toes. Alright, we'll do it. I appreciate your willingness to help. Please take this with you. Show it to one of the workers. They'll let you in the mine. Good luck. I'm gonna rob you first. Bye. You're not allowed to rob me. I'm the mayor. But that's what makes you the person who should be robbed. Right, you got me there. Alright, rob away. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, I would need... I have actually made a point of not calling this the Legend of Heroes franchise, because it's kind of inaccurate. The Legend of Heroes games before this game don't count. Not the same continuity, right? This game right here is, for all intents and purposes, the beginning of the Trails series. Didn't mean to run out of that. So if you ever want to get into the Trails series, this is the game to start with. And similar to how everyone talks about FF14, something I admittedly disagree with, this is where you should start. Or the remake that's about to come out.
That's that then. Let's move.
That would be wild, though, wouldn't it? Imagine playing the remake of 1 and then the original of 2. Oh, yeah, by the way, don't be embarrassed about looking up a wiki or walkthrough or just asking someone which games to play in which order. The naming of these games is kind of weird. For example, this is just called Trails of the Sky. But then there's Trails of the Sky SC. That's the second one. Cold Steel was named with numbers, but then there's the Crossbell duology. Why are you dead?
Let's move out.
Yeah, that's why I had to peruse a little bit there, Easel. I'm not sure why that's random like that. No, I'm sorry, I didn't see it at all, Evo. Do you mind repeating it, please? Please, please, please? Okay, you don't have to, I guess. Ow. I'm just gonna run from that. I'm not starting that fight this far back. I do like how I'm already starting to fall behind the power curve a bit. This chest is now full of disappointment. Wait, what have I done to make myself in a position where grinding is necessary? What have I done wrong? Because I'm going to immediately push back against that. I'm sorry, could you repeat it one more time? I asked if I think some parts of this game that are less typical of JRPGs, like consequence rotation, were influenced by Western RPGs. Oh, I have no idea, honestly. The creation and creating, seriously, Laura, of this game is a complete unknown to me. I was able to find basically nothing on the development of this game. Like, the only stories I was able to find predominantly deal with the second game, and even then, it's mostly having to do with the translation. Now, let me tell you, we'll be talking about that translation when we get there. One of the directors almost committed suicide over translating this game. No jokes. That's just how it is. Don't ask me for details. I literally don't have them right now. I will look up more details later when we get to that part of the game.
Good to go.
I mean, Japanese work ethic is Japanese work ethic. And dead.
Not now.
I mean, again, there's a reason Xseed has refused to touch this franchise for how many years now? I don't blame them. You know, I should stop talking about it. I don't like talking about stuff when I haven't done fresh research on it. To be continued.
We're good to go.
Yeah, thank goodness. So, an enemy ambushing you isn't a negative, to be very clear. Again, Earthbound, right? Look, Salvacom. I'm not a good glazer. I don't work at Dunkin' Donuts. And by Dunkin', I mean Krispy Kreme. Don't go to Dunkin' Donuts, they're crap. So, seriously, you ever seen them go through the glazing machine? That's what I picture when someone's glazing. I just lost Massachusetts. No! The problem in this game is... actually, I think she is related to something in Earthbound, but it's kind of worse designed. So, this actually literally just happened a few minutes ago. Let's presume I'm walking forward. And there's an enemy right here. Now, I have good reflexes, and I immediately turn around upon seeing it. But did you see what happened there? Now, the spot where I was now contains my second party member who is now facing away from the enemy. So, in gameplay terms, I haven't moved. The encounter box hasn't moved for me. The only thing that's changed for me is I've turned my back to the enemy. The enemy, meanwhile, has spent this entire time coming towards me. So, it's admittedly irritating because it's an instinct, and I'll admit this is partially player fault, but you have to get in the habit of not even trying to avoid battles. If you see a battle, it's actually better just accept it and walk into it. Otherwise, you have a very high chance of getting back attacked. I will also admit sometimes enemies will like attack you from the side, like say you're running through here and like something spawns next to you and comes at you. Depending on the exact angle that it hits you, it's entirely possible through no fault of the player to end up getting back attacked. I don't know how bad of an issue that is. We'll see as we go through, but I remember that being a thing, and frankly, that's already happened about 5 times. So... This is the interest of Amalgam Mind. You're not here on business, I'll have to ask you to leave. Believe it or not, we are on business. Rolent's mayor, Klaus, has asked that we come here and pick up a certain septium crystal. Alright then, if you got a referral from the mayor, it's a different story. Don't mean to make your job any more difficult, but do you mind going inside and speaking with the boss directly? With the boss? I'm actually here to see the mine chief. Mine chief you're talking about is actually your boss. He manages the mine and all its workers. He's the kind of guy who enjoys discovering a septium load more than eating 3 meals a day. I'm fairly sure he's working in the tunnels. Okay. You know what's really funny? The music in this game really reminds me of Breath of Fire 3. Just the overall vibe of it. It's not quite jazz, but it's kind of like that easy flowing thing, right?
We get it, Easel. This game is long. This entire game is the prologue. I understand it. Although, actually, that's an interesting question. Chapter 1 end here was 12 hours in. Chapter 2 end was 15. Chapter 3 was 21. Our last playthrough. This is the elevator we're supposed to use, right? Why does it work? Let me have a look. It's a coffee pod. There's Orbal energy running through it, but it appears to be mechanically locked. I'll have to ask someone about it. Great. Eidos. Eidos? What are you kids doing down here? Are you friends with someone who works in the mine? Not exactly. We've come to see the mine chief at the request of the mayor. Oh, so you're here about the crystal, are you? Well, if you're looking for the boss, you should be in the tunnels below. Use the elevator. But the elevator ain't working. You know how to operate it? That's an easy problem to fix. You just need a key. I'll help you out. Here you go. Have my key. Thanks. No! Damn it. That's true. All we need to do is get candy bar wrapped in eggs, flour, bake. No! I want to do it! Why won't it switch back down? Why can't I just walk? I literally walk faster than this thing. Ah. The PSP can't handle walking. I mean, another sign of this being a PSP or one of that era of gaming. The 3DS and the DS did this exact same thing. Big open hallways. Interesting, Sovacom. I wonder why. I hope you like it, Morganite. Spoilers, I suppose. Although, I gotta be real. You're not gonna run into spoilers until like Thursday or Friday. So don't worry about that too much. Spoilers! This game includes characters. Ostensibly. Looking for the mine chief? Pretty sure he's somewhere across the bridge. Okay. Which year of the last 25 years would I say was the best? For me, or in general? Oh, hey. Heal spot. When's the demo end, out of curiosity? The demo of the remake. Like, how far does it go? 2020. I mean, it's in the running for one of the worst. I ate a ton of food, but now I'm hungry again. Maybe I'll sneak off for lunch. Looks like Trent was cutting work again. Can't believe he's pulling the same stunts after the last year for what he got. Oh, wow. The demo's the whole prologue? Damn. It's a chonky demo. Looking for the mine chief, he was here a moment ago. The reason why we've been able to work like this is due to the grace of the goddess herself. Better to give thanks. Do you mean that literally, or...? Heaven and earth, what are you two kids doing out here in the mine? You're the mine chief, right? Boy, am I glad to see you.
I've been searching all over this dang place for you. We're with the Bracer Guild. We've come on behalf of Mayor Klaus. Oh, Bracers, huh? It's quite a feat for being so young. It's not that big of a deal. By the way, you're supposed to have some sort of crystal for us, right? Oh, right. Give me a second. This little baby is something you don't see every day. I'm keeping it as close to myself as possible. Jesus, Locust Slaughter. I've never... Damn it, Savicon. That may be literally true in this case. This is impressive. Seems to be light swirling around it, too. It's one of several types of septium, specifically this is smallest crystal, which is endowed with the power of wind. For a gem of this size, you're looking at a pretty hefty price tag. I'm talking a small fortune here. Make absolutely sure this gets to the mayor. Roger that. So beautiful. Feels like I'm carrying a little fairy in my hand. Estelle. 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 It's nice and all, but how about you stop horsing around? If you drop it, we'd be in real trouble. Well, yeah, why don't you give that to Joshua? Guess that's that. We'll get out of here now, Mr. Gaeton. But don't worry, we'll make sure it gets to the mayor. Huh? What's the matter? That's odd. The airflow suddenly shifted. Scent. It's... Is it over? Was that an earthquake just now? No, there was a cave-in. One of the miners hit a patch of loose ground. Look out, Estelle. Oh no, it's crab? Fish? Also, we have an NPC for this fight. Because of course we do. So, best year historically. I don't remember which year it was. Oh. Never mind. I'm going to change my answer. Give me a second. Best year personally? $2022. I am very familiar with Star Ocean 3's main plot, Lake Jamal. I don't remember anything else. Everything else has just faded away over time. In the wake of that main plot. Whoops. That was actually a misplay. Whatever. I don't know the plot of Star Ocean 2. I remember a song from Star Ocean 2. No, it's a little more complicated than that, Lord Hermite. But the general idea here is that my life has sucked for most of my life. A lot of people look back and think, the good old days. Yeah, I don't have that. My life has been garbage. So up until pretty recently, each year of my life was a little bit better than the previous years. And that only changed last year, about October-ish. Rather, do you usually have problems with monsters like this? No, this is the first time we've ever had problems like this. Monsters have a predisposition to it, which attracts them with the glow of septium, so we've had a lot of them wander to the mine. Maybe the recent cave-in opened a hole connected to a den of monsters. Do you see den of monsters? There's enough time to be standing around thinking about it. I gotta get the other workers out of here. If that's the case, how about letting us help you out? No, you're kidding, right? Monster extermination is right up our alley. Besides, every minute counts. You're right. Actually, we help appreciate it. How many miners we look at at all? There should be only about 4 others working at the lower tunnels. Okay, let's go find them. Sorry about this. I'll take these and use them if need to. Here's some tear bombs. Okay. I'm sorry, Blade Cheval. I've played Star Ocean 2. I've beaten Star Ocean 2. I have, like, no memory of it. Like, at all. But yeah, technically 2023 would have been the best year of my life if October, November, and December didn't exist. Hmm. Okay, I can. We'll do that then. It's okay, it's all just a video game anyways, push-ups. That doesn't count.
That's that. Let's move out.
So I'm finally getting some water, sepith. Oh man, for a minute, I never thought I'd be able to sit down for another meal again. There's no time to feel relieved. We need to evacuate this place. It's more lollygagging while you're going to be sitting in the belly of these monsters. Yes, boss. Wait for me, boss. Hmm. So monsters draw sepith. Sepith is used to make money, to purchase new materia, or to unlock materia slots. Just gonna say that simply. Oh yeah, by the way, right now, that dude trailing me, the NPC, he also counts as my party, so if I get stuck by him, it also counts as me getting stuck. That's it, quartz. And orbment, that's the other thing. I want to test a theory, though, while we're here. I believe people think that Liberal is based on the United States, although I'm not sure I agree with that. Yeah, it's currency plus. I actually forget the formal term for that. It's like... I can't remember. It's ultimate currency or something like that. I don't know.
We're good to go.
My new kid saved my skin. Don't worry, you're safe now. Handful of monsters are no match for the likes of a bracer. Did you say bracers? What are you doing in a place like this? The suit of my boots. You're the new recruit from yesterday. Why on earth are you digging down here in the lower tunnels? I was hoping to get a glimpse of how you veteran miners work. Yeah, that's it. When suddenly the wall collapsed when a flood of monsters came from the other side. We got ourselves a veritable monster nest now, huh? Looks like you guessed right, kid. Area up ahead's dangerous. It's swarming with monsters. Anyway, I'm out here. Bye! Look at him run. He must be really scared. Not bad. I mean, obviously it's fungible. That's not what I meant. No. Okay, so I'm going to kill this thing specifically. I don't remember, Czar. Legitimately. When did the Kingsfield 4 run happen? There's your answer. No. Don't attack the NPC. Yes, Walker. And don't think I'm ignoring your donation. I'm just kind of in a hurry, because I'm definitely into my lunch break here.
We're good to go.
Oh man, that's an old one.
Didn't respawn. Oh, that's interesting. I'm still trying to figure out what governs respawns, because I swear earlier I used a refill spot and it respawned. Thank you for the donation, Walker. As always. I was testing exactly what I just said, Easel. I was just making sure. I like to test for myself. I'm weird like that. And we will put that towards absolutely nothing, apparently. I really hate how it keeps cutting this off so I can't read it. Chained Echoes. Expedition 33. And something someone from chat picks. First person gets it. I can't remember the full name of that games are, so I can write it down for the notes, because I don't have it down as triple nines. No, I've got it. I'll look it up on my website. I actually already own Xenosaga. That's the only reason that's on the list. I have it from back in the day. There it is. Zero Escape. That's the name I wanted. Yeah, I have all 3 episodes. All 3 completely distinct, don't really have much to do with each other episodes. That'll be a fun stream. Is it really, Easel? That's funny. Gears is a funny one. Because it's console locked, and has been for an extremely long time. And it's never been ported, it's never been updated, it's never been remastered, it's just sitting there. The dragon thing again, just hoarding it. What did I miss? It's funny you say that, Valerian. I actually looked into that bug a little bit more specifically because I was curious. Apparently it has to do with how the game handles camera location and scripting. To put this more differently, the camera has to... Like, the script says move camera here, right? But it's not how most scripting works, where it says move camera, then do this. Instead, it's move camera, and the next step is wait for camera to be here, then execute the next step. What I'm about to describe to you is exactly why most scripting does not do that, at least not anymore. Because there's actually a fairly common glitch. It's most common in the PS2 version of the game. I know what you're thinking. PS2? No. If you play Xenogears on a PS2, you will run into this glitch with basically total certainty. And because the camera will try to switch to that spot, and it'll run into a glitch where it can't do it because of the terrain. So it will never get to that spot, and you're soft-locked. The game is over. There's actually a very specific way around it, which involves ensuring that some of your party members are dead by the time the fight ends. If the party members are dead, the camera doesn't move, at which point the script is skipped completely and it just goes to the end of the fight. I don't know if that happens on the PS3. Most of my info comes from the PS2 version because that is the preferred method for speedrunning it. And yeah, it can happen on an emulator as well, for pretty much the exact same reason. I find this funny. The guy's berating for praying, and then we show up and save them. See you around, Walker.
Yeah, speaking of console locks, the Xenosagas. The Blades, at least, are on multiple Nintendo consoles. Xenosaga is on the PS2. Xenogears is on the PS1. That's it. Yeah, it's all over the place. I was talking about how I think there's 4 total companies who have their fingers on the various rights of Gears and Saga, and it's just a colossal mess. I honestly don't blame everyone for just kind of walking away from it. Like, you know what? We're good. We got Blade now. Piss off. So, small religious argument. Just gonna walk past here. A little bit of foreshadowing there. Yeah, that should be everyone at that point, I think. Ah, respawn. You alright, boss? I'm glad you're safe. You can thank these kids. Unaccounted for? Yep. For the new guy, took out like a bat out of hell. Well, I hope he doesn't give up and being a miner after this. There's a high possibility of monsters in lower tunnels. Until then, don't use the elevator. I have beaten Trails 1, and I'm pretty familiar with Cold Steel 4's story. Yes, specifically 4. I have to report the truth of what happened. Then he runs off. I apologize for getting you involved in more than your fair share today. I'll get in touch with the guild a little later on. Make sure you two are compensated fairly. Don't sweat it. We just did what anyone would have done in our position. Besides, it's all part of our training to become full-fledged bracers. By the way, what do you intend to do about the lower tunnels? I don't know, but we'll figure out some way to deal with it. There's always the option of sealing off the monster down with some explosives. As a heads up, I may ask the guild. Okay, you can count on us. We'll make sure to get this to the mayor. You did make sure you didn't drop it, right? How rude. Look, it's right. You didn't. Psych, I got it right here. Let's go make that delivery. You're unbelievable. Young lady, those are the kind of words that'll give a man a heart attack. So, ports and money. That's actually a fascinating topic. Let's go ahead and get the obvious thing out of the way. It depends. Some games are much easier to port than others. And actually, you know what? No, that's actually the wrong way to phrase that. Some games are much harder to port than others. Some games are made on older architecture, or depending on aspects of hardware that don't exist anymore, right? And that's exactly as problematic as that sounds. Yeah, Unreal games are actually pretty easy to port, and yeah, we just saw that with the Legendary Editions, which are, believe it or not, I looked this up very recently, are still running Unreal 3. The Legendary Edition is still Unreal 3. It's touched up a bit, obviously, but it's still the same old engine. Past the obvious caveat of... Well, Chrono Trigger is an interesting one. So, the NES and the SNES are all assembly. Assembly, for all its many foibles, is extraordinarily easy to port forwards. Like, honestly, you could pretty much just copy-paste it into a modern executable and be done. It's assembly, right? Now, there is actually a caveat to that. That's being facetious, because you still need to interpret, because it's expecting hardware that doesn't exist. So the biggest caveat is essentially adding a layer of, for lack of a better term, emulation, in order to make sure that the assembly in question has the right thing to be interpreted by. It's a weird sentence, but I stand by it. But still, porting forward a SNES game isn't really all that hard. Same with a NES game. Same with a PS1 game, and an N64 game, and so forth and so on. Remastering, that's a completely different angle. And that's one of the reasons why remasters tend to be crap, to be perfectly frank. That's why most remasters are functionally just bad ports. Yeah, that's the other thing. Sorry, that's a valid thing. It's the car problem again. A car is technically a very complex and advanced machine. It's just we know so much about how cars operate and function that even someone who only has a layman's understanding of a car can still do quite a bit with a car. We have a wealth and depth of knowledge of how cars operate. Same thing with the NES, same thing with the SNES. Something that's been slowly increasing in quantity, I guess, lately, is people who just straight up take an older game and just make it again in a modern engine. I will actually use the recent Super Mario Bros. Remaster as an example of that. You're right, it was the third zone. My bad, my bad. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Because what they did was they just made Mario Brothers in an engine. And yeah, Final Fantasy Renaissance does the same thing. So does the Castlevania game I hope to play, and so does the Zelda game I hope to play. All of those games look a whole lot like the original, but if you actually break apart the code, they very much aren't. They had blueprints. Yeah, classic game lover. Excuse me, Retro Justice. I do recognize one of those names. Ah, there we are. Super Mario Bros. 1 push-ups. Oh, come on. No, 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 no! You assholes! God dang it. They fled. They fled! Thank you, Retro Justice. I will go ahead and jot that down. Civilization 4, FFTR, and early Castlevania block. I was gonna kill them. I mean, that's in the interest of fairness. That was what I was gonna. If they would just give me their stuff. Just give me your stuff. Just give me your stuff. And your eggs while you're at it. Anyways. But the long and the short of it is a non-zero cost in order to port a game forward, right? It's one of the biggest reasons why it's been such a rare thing for so long. It's only more recently become a thing because of, honestly, unrelated issues. Yeah, look, I'll let you live if you just give me all your stuff, okay? Are you mugging me? You attacked me, okay? So don't look at me for this. Sparkling? I don't even know what that means. Sure. I mean, we're pretty early on. We're only, listen to me, we're only 4 hours in. Yeah, I had thought about that exact thing, Ezo. I was like, you know what? It's probably not worth running. I'm just gonna chill.
Piece of cake.
Still a pittance of experience. That's why I laughed at myself there, Evo. We're only 4 hours in. Yeah, we're not out of the forward yet. Okay, with that done, I feel like that's a good cutoff point. What's funny is I was going to cut off early and get a nap in, but I really wanted to get somewhere before I did that. So, since we're now 10 minutes into my lunchtime,